We wanted an opportunity to meet with our parent leaders of our district in each school and be able to share the concerns and share the celebrations of what's been happening in our school district. It's been a quiet year, so I don't know how much is happening. But anyways, so we typically like to start with kind of just our legislative priorities, just briefly going through so we know what each group is kind of focused on this year. So Brian, I didn't give you a heads up. Since you're a legislative rep, would you be willing to just, briefly go through the our legislative priorities for the year?
I would be happy to. Thank you, President Lurie. And I saw it on the agenda, so I was ready to go.
And do you know what? Before I have you do that, I didn't do introductions. So, what? I should do that first. If we just, I don't want to take too much time with introductions. I think most of us are at least familiar with each other. So let's go through and just do name and role that brings you to this meeting today. So I'm going to start with our administration. You guys are small over there, so I can't exactly tell who it is. So do you guys just want to go in a line first?
I'm ready. I'm Ty Bergstrom, Executive Director of Finance Operations.
Fred Rundle, Acting Superintendent and Assistant Superintendent.
Erin Battersby, Executive Director of Finance, Legal Affairs, and Human Resources.
And you guys are all present for our testing of doing our board meetings in person. So they are all at Northwood, and we're testing some of the technology today to see how it goes. Again, I'm Deborah. I am the board president. Christy?
Christy Seekhouse. I'm the PTA Council President and also President at IMS.
Maggie Tai?
I'm the board vice president, and I have kids at the high school and at Island Park.
Tam?
Good evening. My name is Tam Din. I have 3 boys, 1 at Northwood and 2 at IMS, and I'm a board member.
David?
Good evening, David D'Souza. 2 kids who have graduated and 1 at the high school.
Amanda?
Hi, Amanda Stouffer, PTA President at Northwood, and it's really nice to see the inside of Northwood. It's been more than a year, so I like the in-person option.
Dr. Booby?
Sue Ann Booby, Director for Special Services.
Carol?
Co-president Island Park. PT.
Brian?
Brian Giannini Upton. I'm on the board. I'm the legislative representative for the board. I also serve on the Washington State School Directors Association Legislative Committee as a representative for King County, which is direct to Area 2. And I'm a dad of a proud new Gator at Island Park. No, Islander Middle School. It's been a long day.
Thank you. Debbie?
Hi, Debbie Burt, and I am co-PTA president at Mercer Island High School. And I have a high schooler and a middle schooler and a freshman in college.
Angela?
Hi, I'm Angela Bang. I'm co-VP of DEI for the PTA Council, and I have 2 girls at IMS and Island Park.
Jennifer? Crispy, sorry.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Kresge. I have 2 boys at West Mercer. I am VP of Advocacy for PTA Council.
Okay. And Jennifer Selby.
I'm Jennifer Selby. I'm on the executive board of the PTA Council, and I have a kiddo at the high school.
Thanks everyone for joining us. Brian, sorry, cut you off. Legislative priorities.
No worries. As many people in advocacy know, we are heading towards sine die. Sunday will be the last day of the legislative session for 2021. And so everybody's holding their breath right now to see who's going to win the battle of the budget, the Senate or the House. And I'm rooting for the Senate side personally. But so our legislative priorities for the Washington State School Directors Association this year broke down into 3 separate categories. They were advancing vital programs and services, expanding access to equitable instruction, and then securing staff and district resources. And all of these were focused this year towards the reopening and rebuilding post-COVID. So we've been mostly heading in that direction. For Mercer Island School District specifically, our top priorities involve comprehensive school safety. This was a legislative position that was signed onto by Mercer Island School District in connection with Bellevue and Issaquah and Lake Washington several years ago. Our second priority was support for special education programs. Third was funding behavioral support services and social emotional learning. And then the fourth was an equity-based education system. So this process is done from the local level, where legislative positions are brought forward. It's the same process that PTAs do every year. We meet in General Assembly in September to finalize these. These are across the 1,400 school board directors across Washington State. And then we tool that all up to do our advocacy for legislative session. So it's very odd that we're coming to the close of legislative session this week, but WASDA is also in the process right now. We've just opened our window to receive positions for next year's legislative session. So it's that constant cycle of advocacy that's happening. So this is a great time. If you have legislative positions that you would like to see the State School Board Directors Association fighting for, or where we can partner, this would be a great time to get that language put together and submit a proposal so that we could work together. Thanks.
Brian. Christy, do you or one of your colleagues want to just briefly present what the PTA priorities are? I don't think I gave you a heads up on this. I'm sorry. So if you don't want to, that's okay. It doesn't have to be formal. Just kind of what are a couple of the priorities you guys have been working on this year?
Well, I can, or Jennifer Crespi, if you want to, as advocacy, I know what the state priorities are. And then as our little group, we kind of talked about our local priorities. Jennifer.
Do you mean the priorities for our meeting today? I can talk.
No, priorities for the advocacy for the year.
So for the year, okay. I would think they would be for the state, similar to the state. I don't have it.
I have it if you want.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So in the fall at Legislative Assembly for the state, the PTA establishes the top 5 legislative priorities. And the first one was increase access to nursing, mental health, and social emotional learning. The second was, oh, sorry, I'm trying to figure out the way I printed this. Increasing educational equity by closing the digital divide. The third is prevent and reduce gun violence and suicide. The fourth, I'm sorry, I thought I was all prepared, and then the way it printed, it's like family handout. I'm like, wait, no, that's not it. Support and funding for students with disabilities and their families. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, I missed the second one. Support students and preserve education funding. Those are the top 5. And it's a 2-year rolling. So these were just voted on this past fall at Legislative Assembly. So they'll be the top 5 priorities for the next 2 years. And then we also have additional supported issues. So there were a number of issues that were submitted and discussed at Legislative Assembly. And then the top 5 are voted on, but then the others that actually made it to Legislative Assembly are also then considered supported issues. So they're not in the top 5, but they're not forgotten about.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we use these linkage sessions to kind of talk about what's going on, what people's concerns are. Without going, unfortunately, because it's an hour, obviously, without going into detail on any issue, but it's kind of more of like, bullet points in terms of, having future conversations, taking things further. One of the topics on our list of mutual interest to be discussed today is inclusive practices. And I can let you all know that the superintendent's report will, today at our meeting starting at 6, will have additional updates as far as inclusive practices. So what I want to start with is expanding in-person learning for spring 2021 and fall 2021. I think everyone's aware of kind of where we are now. And Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point, this seems to be our schedule for the remainder of the school year. If individual students are needing more from either, well, frankly, from any grade, but especially middle school and high school who are still on more of a limited schedule, those requests and considerations are being done on a case-by-case basis. So we are encouraging parents and students to reach out to their buildings if they feel like their needs are not being met in the hybrid that we have right now. Dr. Rundle, do you want to give an update on what the fall is looking like?
Sure. Thank you, President Lurie. And it's, I think, a great opportunity for our PTA and board to be together tonight. So thank you for everyone's time. One caveat to your previous statement, President Lurie, is just as of Wednesday, once our 4th and 5th graders are back 5 days a week, that will kind of mark that the point where we'll be. But I think that's what you meant. I'm just clarifying. So our attention really now is turning towards the fall and the opening of schools. We expect either tomorrow, although it might be delayed till next week, some new guidance from the Department of Health, which we think they're going to call the initial guidance for fall 2021 for K-12 schools. We are anxiously awaiting that document because that will help to start to lay the groundwork and the framework for us to start towards a full-scale effort to plan for a full opening next fall, which would mean a 5-day week with a typical school day rather than the truncated schedule in terms of the in-person component of it for elementary. So that is mission critical right now as we look towards the fall. There will be a number of things that we'll need to consider in terms of the health and safety of students and staff, obviously, and then having to survey and monitor what's happening for public health in and around the region, and then certainly working with the school district and the education association on the parameters. So while we know that we are not fully back right now for the spring, and I've received many emails that have been emails of gratitude for where we are. I've also received some who would still like us to push for more and more time for our high schoolers or our middle schoolers. As I've had a few conversations on the phone with some of our stakeholders and our parents, really, I think it would behoove us at this point to really put full focus on the fall and moving towards a full opener in the fall for our students and our staff.
Any questions on that? Obviously, there's still lots of planning that will be taking place, but that's certainly the district's goal.
So
we're getting it laid out where we're getting, capacity of rooms at 3 feet and what that's going to look like. The biggest hurdle right now that we have to now work on is what does it look like to have not half of our high school in the cafeteria, eating during the lunch periods, or half of the middle school, and then we need to think about our elementary. So that's one of the big hurdles. It isn't something we can't overcome, but that will be a major focus as well.
Did that answer any questions?
So we're on fall of 2021, correct?
Yes, I just said that the spring, once our 4th and 5th graders come back next week, full 5 days a week, on the 9:30 to 12:30 schedule in person. We're not expecting any more major modifications for the spring.
Okay, so we just had one quick question about spring. I mean, obviously recognizing all of the logistical issues that, not being able to bring more kids back. There have been some questions about the utilization of Wednesdays in the community. I know my high schooler considers it a day off. And so is there a way to, even without bringing in more students, without going 5 days a week, without changing the model, is there any way to utilize Wednesdays as like an every other day or something, just to make it an actual day of learning and not a day off?
Dr. Rundle, you want to take that one?
Sure. In terms of, in terms of where we landed with our memorandum of understanding with our association and others, I think where I would rather go with that question is, how can we better use that day in terms of an asynchronous learning day? I meet with Principal Kelly every week, and I also meet with Principals Budges and Miller. And so I think that this would be a great topic that I take back to them. It could even be follow-up, Christy, in terms of, if there's specifics related to that, you and I can catch up, but I can take those forward with respect to the full utilization of that time for students, and what are those expectations.
Thank you. And then fall 2021, I think Debbie Burke, you had a.
Okay, so for this one, I understand we are still waiting for the information from the state, and so, but I guess the biggest question to me is, are we really planning for full-time back in the fall, and what are the obstacles? And I'm not sure if we even have that information yet, but as we're thinking about it, we just want to know, what are the obstacles? What can we do to help support that? How do we increase the confidence in the community that that is actually going to happen?
I would answer it, I guess I can answer it a couple ways. Yes, there will be variables that we know are going to come, whether or not those are in the guidance that's provided or not, and then what's the subsequent follow-up. So that will definitely be a piece. I think one of our barriers that I don't see as a barrier, but it is something that we have to contemplate, that I touched on. One example being our lunchrooms, and that has to still be, at least at this point, at 6 feet for students because they'll have their masks off. So we really need to think about, what does it mean to have the entire student body back, or nearly everyone back? I anticipate that there might be some who, and I know this is an agenda item, who still may be looking for a remote option. But if our numbers continue the way they are, we anticipate a high demand for students to be back in person. And so how do we accommodate everyone? We may be having to think about going to 3 lunches at the high school, for instance. The middle school did that this year, and so maybe sticking to that. So there are some logistical things that I don't see as barriers. They're just hurdles that we're going to need to overcome. Erin, do you have other thoughts on that, just based on kind of your work and moving forward as well?
I apologize. One of the things that I'm struggling with my sound, I apologize. One of the things that we need to continue to work on and hope to see is just getting guidance sooner, because I don't know if you recall last summer, but the guidance changed late in the summer, which then made us pivot as to what we needed to do. So early guidance would be helpful, because I think together the MIEA and the district are committed to returning students full-time in person and providing the best education we can for our kids, and that's all kids. But our ability to strategize and overcome those hurdles are really depending on knowing what those hurdles are. So the sooner we have that information, the better. Because we want to make sure we're doing things safely in a way that can be sustainable and doesn't result in our schools being open and closed because of quarantine issues, etc. So really it's a timing thing. The earlier we have an understanding of what the framework is that we have to operate in, I'm very confident that MIA and the district can work together to overcome pretty much any barrier.
Just adding on to that, Debbie, one other thing, I know that Ty has been working with Tony Kuhn, our operations and maintenance team, our custodian team, to already take a look at all the infrastructure in our buildings for our classrooms, so that we're thinking about what are we going to have to staff some of our classrooms at next year, so that we can make sure that all students are back in person. Whereas we might normally run, let's say, a class at the middle school with 31 or 32, we may be limited to 28. And so we'll be needing to schedule creatively and then also maximize our resources, which is, as Director Janini Upton pointed to, that's why this budget process that Olympia is going through right now is really critical. The stimulus dollars or the enhanced dollars that they're talking about are going to be absolutely imperative to those recovery efforts, because we anticipate needing to add staff in next year in key places, or enhance it so that we can get all students back.
So it's tough to make promises with so many balls still up in the air. So I know it's frustrating that there aren't promises made, but I can promise you one thing. It is the district's intention to have every student in person as much as possible. And the intention is full-time. But as the budget issues resolve and as the direction from the Department of Health, our administration is pretty darn good at problem solving, and they're already anticipating many of the barriers. And they know that, you know, the PTA is the place to go when needing the community support for those things. So thank you for making that clear. And our administration knows that, and it is the intention that we are looking as normal in terms of kids going off to school every day as possible. I mean, that is the intention.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that issue? I want to do one more topic from kind of the board perspective, and then I will pass it over to you guys, to the PTA, to see any. But I think this is kind of related to the conversation we just had, and it is the impact of enrollment, budget, and staffing. We have levies coming up, and then also remote options. So we kind of, this number 4 on our topics of mutual interest. I didn't realize before I just read it out loud that there were so many different topics on that one number. But the enrollment, the impact of enrollment and budget, as well as staffing and the reduction in workforce that the community has heard about. You know, it's all interrelated. So Dr. Rundle, I don't know if you want to have Director Bergstrom kind of address our enrollment and budget.
Sure. I'll kick it off, and then
okay.
I'll turn it over to you. Also later on in the meeting, for those who want to stick around, we have an update for the board, especially as we frame fund balance moving forward. Just globally speaking, when we in each school year, it is right now when we are looking at enrollment, and then we're looking at staffing projections. And that's part of the difficult process that we've gone through this school year. And the last several board meetings, we've been talking about the reduction in force. A year ago, we were not talking about limiting our staff. We didn't know what the exact impact to enrollment was going to be. And because we didn't know it until late, and we wanted to make sure we had as much staff in play as possible to start the year in a remote setting, support our students socially, emotionally, and academically, prepare for transitions and being able to make the adjustments that we have this year, we kept our staffing whole, knowing that with enrollment drops, we were going to receive less from the state in revenue. And that's when our school board, those of you here tonight, had authorized us to spend into our fund balance. That is on kind of on the basic ed side, but we also had challenges related to what that means for levies and where we might be going in the future. Whereas our levies were in good shape this year, and you'll see this in Ty's presentation later, we're concerned about the future because we're one of those school districts in the state where our levy capacity on the enrichment levy is based on student enrollment and not property value based on the McCleary changes. So we're facing some potential impacts there, but basically we were down around 230 students to start the school year. That has grown to about 270. It would actually be even more, but we've enrolled students, and we're enrolling students who are looking for options for next year, who are seeing some of the things that we're doing. So we're right now really trying to get our arms around enrollment for next year. So Ty, let me kick it over to you to kind of talk about the forecast for next year.
Mine? Okay. For next year, we built the enrollment projection off of a discussion with the board back regarding the concept that we would receive some of the students. Some of the students would decide to make that return back to the district. And as Superintendent Ruddle made that comment, talked about how we surveyed some families are planning to return, we're already enrolling some families, but we are still projecting that will only slightly increase, maybe about 100 to 120 students above what we lost or where we are now, which really means that we need to staff our district at a level that meets, if we can, the sooner that we can project and meet the enrollment needs of the district of next year, because the vast majority of our funding is related to student enrollment, the better able will be to staff the buildings and start working on shoring ourselves up for the future. As the board, as Superintendent Ruddle mentioned, the board made a decision to spend into our fund balance. And we have a policy that says that we will maintain about 8 to 10% of our yearly spending as our reserves. And so we've been eating into that slowly, as we'll see later on. But we made a commitment to help make ourselves whole. And because of the lack of projected student enrollment, and because of the need to staff to that enrollment, we made the decision, and the board made the decision to start reducing force, make reductions in force for staff, which was an incredibly difficult decision. The decision that was made over several meetings and several months over winter and spring so far. And as we're looking into next year for the levy, we need to be thinking about how it is a doubling. And the levy is incredibly important to us as a district. Provides, it's over 30% of our special education budget, provides for the flexibility for us to have competitive pay grants. Our certificated staff and our classified staff allows us to have more classified staff than the state actually provides for us. So it gives us an immense amount of flexibility. And one of the key things about the levy that's coming up is our levies are up for re-election in 2022. So all three of our levies, the enrichment levy, the capital and technology levy, and the transportation vehicle levy, all cycle together. And so it's something that we need to start talking about, and the community needs to start talking about, engaging with each other. How do we support the levy election effort that will be coming? So.
Kind of covered a lot of territory, but where do you, we can go in any direction with questions or clarifications or leave it open for discussion.
I was just going to see if any board directors wanted to add anything to that. Brian?
Thank you. Yeah, as a question that keeps coming up, and there continues to be a lot of confusion, even at the state and federal level, regarding the ESSER 2, ESSER 1, 2, and 3 funds. So ESSER funds come from the federal government. They're part of the CARES Act, and they stand for the Elementary Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. So a lot of people have projected that those were based on free and reduced lunch numbers, which is not really true. They're based on Title I numbers, but those formulas are driven by the census, and it's done by national poverty lines. And so to give a scope of what that means, it's pretty extreme. For an individual, in order to qualify under that to be identified, you have to be making less than $12,760 a year. For a family of 4, you would have to be making less than $26,200 a year to qualify under this formula for ESSER. So as you can imagine, Mercer Island School District just simply isn't being counted and enrolled in that. So there are some districts like Yakima who are receiving thousands of dollars per student in COVID relief funding. These are one-time funds. For Mercer Island School District, we are receiving an estimated right now, what is the number? $268 to $270 per student, and that's ESSER 1, 2, and 3 combined. So all total, that's just over $1 million, whereas we're looking at a $3 million shortfall based on enrollment projections. So I just wanted to throw that in there. There's a lot of assumptions that COVID is going to save the day, but the reality for an area like Mercer Island School District, also with our neighbors in Issaquah, North Shore, Lake Washington, and Bellevue, this money is not going to be saving the day for our district. And it's not to say that we need a piece of the ESSER dollars. Those dollars are really intended to help schools mitigate poverty and deep poverty. And those communities desperately need that money. Unfortunately, what didn't happen was the foundational funding from the state and the federal government to provide mitigation strategies for the impacts of every student across the state. And that's why the budget coming up in the next couple of days is going to be so important. We're going to find out whether or not we receive the stabilization. The Senate budget proposes $1,500 per student to equalize. So that's minus whatever we received in ESSER, which would put Mercer Island School District at upwards of like $5 million, which would really, we could not only reshift our educational program and stabilize that, but could actually add on additional staff, mental health care, and all of that to help mitigate the impacts for our students and our educators, because everyone is experiencing trauma across the board. So I can't stress enough that financial situation and how important the next 72 hours are going to be with the state legislature. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Any other directors? Any questions on that?
Directors or PTA?
PTA, anybody.
Well, Brian, thank you. I think you answered a few questions, because one thing we had about an earlier topic on returning in the fall was just the how are the students going to be, so they're emotional. I mean, we've all kind of experienced some trauma, so it's not just the academic, but and our youth and family services counselors have said this could continue for, we'll see impacts for a couple of years. So just, I think you answered, if the money comes, then maybe we can help focus some of that money on helping meet the supporting teachers and students on the emotional needs that have come out of this whole COVID. I think with enrollment, we share a concern about decrease enrollment. At one point during the year, I created a table because our PTA membership is down, right? And with, you can kind of infer from lower membership, you have lower donations. So as we're going through our own budget process now and all the units and council and coming up with really, really conservative budgets. So that's a concern. And then in terms of the staffing and all the other implications that you guys are addressing with the budget enrollment. I guess one question I have, I know it felt to me, and you guys obviously have the actual information, it felt to me that was a bit of surprise, the unenrollment numbers in the fall or kind of late in the summer. Just in one of my conversations with a principal earlier on, and I know the district sent out a survey to families who had unenrolled to get an idea, are you coming back or are you gone for good? And I have heard some talk in the community, on the fence, that depending on if we're coming back full time, so it's great to have that conversation also, hopefully retain families. But I've also heard some families say that no matter what happens in the fall, we're tired and we're out. So I'm wondering if a survey going out to all parents would help the district get a better sense of, for projections, what that enrollment is going to look like.
Dr. Rendell?
Sure. Yes. So the survey that we had sent out kind of midwinter was really targeted towards families who we knew had left the school district for private school options, families who had taken advantage of My Online, and then also thinking about families who were homeschooling or providing home-based instruction. And so kind of closing the loop of the, roughly 270 families who left, plus the others that we added in, that we sent the survey to, we had about 123 respondents. And to the question that, Christy, you're really hitting on, there was the question of, if we're opened in the fall at basically a full school day and 5 days a week, would you be, how likely would you be to be returning? And it basically fell where 60% said, if you're open and you've got full days, 5 days a week, we're bringing our students back. 40% indicated that even with that, their intention would not be to return back to Mercer Island School District. When I read some of those comments, one of the themes in the elementary was that they felt like that would be another transition for their child. And so they would not be looking to bring them back for elementary. I don't know what that would mean for middle school. That could be a follow-up survey we do. But at least some of them felt that they had already, went through everything last spring, then went to a new school, and it's not that they didn't want to come back, but they didn't want to transition. Others had expressed honestly that they had lost confidence in the school district and public education, and that the private education is what they preferred. Most of our home-based learning, our homeschool families, the majority of them are going to choose, at least through the survey, to remain in home-based. And many of them were already providing homeschool or home-based learning. So some of that's not a surprise. Some of those said, if we're back full-time, that they'd be bringing their children back. So we were able to glean some information from that. A more widespread survey to kind of see where people are is certainly something that we could definitely do. Our registrars, I've spoken with all of the registrars, and they are collecting information from families as they know it, based on, yes, we're coming back for sure. So some of it's being done at the building level as well. I think there was a third piece to that, Christy, but I may have missed it.
No, I think you got it. I worry about surprises.
Yeah. Last year was less of a surprise and more of a timing issue, and we're up against it again now. Looking at our contracts with our association, we have key dates we have to hit. One of them was May 15th, and then there's others later on. And that's why we started the reduction in force process when we did. And I know some were very surprised that we would have started when we did, but we needed to get out ahead of what would be the worst case scenario coming down from the legislature, because they end so late right now, it doesn't leave us enough time for the board to go through the authorization. You may have seen a little bit higher profile was the Issaquah School District, who followed suit a couple weeks ago, and they passed the resolution. Obviously, the numbers were much greater because of their size, but a couple other school districts have gone through a similar process, really trying so that we're not caught on that surprise side of things moving forward.
Christy, I want to pass it over to PTA for you guys to have an opportunity to raise some issues or tell us some things that are happening within the PTA.
Thanks, Deborah. I know one of the items on the agenda was diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm going to hand it over to Angela for the PTA Council. It was put into our standing rules and the position was established last spring, but then over the summer, we had our board had an interview process, and Angela and Kimberly Frank are our council VP of DEI. And then in the fall, it was really exciting to see each of the schools establish their own DEI position, either on the board or as a VP or as a director or chair position. So that's been really great. And then Angela and Kimberly created a district-wide DEI committee. So all of the unit reps sit on this committee. In addition to, it's open to anyone interested in the committee in DEI. So Angela.
Hi, everyone. I know we've had a chance to collaborate with the district quite a bit, and we're really grateful for that. But I'm really appreciative of this opportunity to talk with the members of the school board. And I know there's so many topics that we could cover, but I wanted to just focus on a couple questions that I've heard from our committee and parents and also students. And those are both related to a desire to see a stronger leadership from the board and collaboration in terms of supporting students of color. The first, I'm just going to go ahead and read both of them. The first question would be about how can the district and the board support Black Lives Matter Week in a more direct and visible fashion, whether it's by providing more resources to the teachers, whether it's creating, a district-wide event that could demonstrate that visible support for students. And this is just, I know we've talked a lot about the benefits of grassroots movements and the students who've done an awesome job kind of initiating themselves, but now we're really hearing they would like the support from the board and the community, adults, teachers. I think they're feeling a little tired of being the ones to carry and move it forward. So definitely open to ideas. And I wanted to bring up Black Lives Matter Week so that we could, get a head start and start thinking about it for next year. Secondly, and related, the students have often brought up the desire for more ethnic studies curriculum offerings. So we would love to collaborate about that. I know there's a course at the high school being offered next year for seniors, and we would really like to see that expanded to, the rest of the schools. So again, whether it's, individual courses or working with different teachers, but what can we do to really help students for their desire to have that need met for, having ethnic studies as part of their options. And finally, just to sum it up, we would love to collaborate with the school board, possibly by having a representative sit on our DEI committee. We do have monthly meetings, and I've heard that relationship with the advocacy committee has been really fruitful, and we'd like to propose something similar going forward. That's it from us.
Thank you. Any directors have any questions or comments on that? Brian, go ahead.
Just to jump in quickly, I asked that question when we were kind of reorganizing earlier as to whether that would be helpful. It was one on my list of questions tonight, whether it would be helpful to have a liaison from the board to connect with that, because I know we have a liaison to the council meetings. We have one with advocacy, and I'm in favor of finding a person that can connect in that way. I think it's really important to have that family and community engagement. And it's really hard for the board to do that in a meaningful and authentic way when we are very constrained by the Open Public Meetings Act and all of that. So no, I love that idea as one of 5. So whatever I can do to help support that. Yeah.
Well, I can at least promise that we will put it on the agenda for the board to have a discussion on that. I can't make any other promises at this point, but we certainly will have a discussion. Tam, I saw your hand.
Thanks, Angela. I totally agree with you in that I think it's great that our students are taking such great initiative in this matter, but it's not their responsibility. It should be us doing this for them. And so thank you for reminding us of that. And I wonder how, you know, as you're meeting, you can also initiate kind of ideas that you would want individual board members to present up, or the whole board to propose. Right. And so I think that is where the connection is, not just hearing your concern and then we propose certain policy or practice change. Right. But then if you have a specific kind of like, oh, this is an area that I want, you know, then make those kind of proposals as well. Be very concrete with your ask. And I know that Washington as a whole has pushed for ethnic studies curriculum. Right now, I think it is an OSPI advisory board trying to figure it out. And the reality is when these things happen from OSPI down, it will really be to individual district to how fast they implement it, right? There's usually a really long grace period of getting up to speed on a lot of these new requirements. So that's, I think, an area that you should hold the district accountable and have a lot of, you know, give a lot of feedback on how do we integrate this, because I think the implementation of it will look very different district by district. So just a heads up of what's coming down, and where also to put some of your energy, because there is a movement that this is going to happen. So thank you.
Oh, David, go ahead.
I'd also like to ask how your interaction is going with the superintendent's diversity and equity committee. You know, what generally happens is from a day-to-day and operations perspective, the superintendent is leading that charge. And so if you want to make things happen within a year's period on the ground, you know, really working with the superintendent and that committee has, you know, leadership as well as interactions into every individual school. And so that's a great way to make things happen. The school board, we have a diversity and equity policy. We have policies around improving the diversity of our staff and ensuring that the superintendent has, you know, has courses and studies for students around diversity and equity. So the school board works at a very goal-oriented level. So I'd love to hear how your work is going with the superintendent's diversity and equity committee towards making some of your actions real.
Yeah, I think we could definitely leverage that more than we have this year. It's been a good start for us to be part of that. But I do appreciate that reminder that we can work more closely together. It's been sort of I think a year of getting in line with our missions and sharing information. And I'd love to see us move toward more concrete steps.
So I know that Learning Services is working on some of these issues. As you said, there's a high school course that's being offered next year, and it is increasing. I don't want to take the time now because we're running out of it. I don't want to take away from the PTA's time, but if there's more interest, Learning Services can provide more information about the things that are happening within the curriculum. So Christy, let me throw it back to you.
Okay, thanks, Deborah. I think the last thing, and I don't know how we're going to get through it in 7 minutes, but basically the restructuring of classroom teaching, inclusionary practices, UDL, highly capable. Jennifer Selby.
Yeah, at the last school board meeting, Fred made an announcement that the programs Christy just listed, the PLP, Compass, Resource Room, and Highly Capable program, are all going to be dissolved, and all of those students will be combined into one classroom with one teacher. And I think this took a lot of parents by surprise for many different reasons. And I know it's been a month now, and there hasn't been a lot of communication from the district as to what exactly this means. And so I think parents have a lot of different questions. I think our PTA representatives here have a lot of different questions, and I'll start with a few of them. One is, we've been hearing in our PTA council meetings from Youth and Family Services all year of the huge impact that this pandemic has had on students and how it's contributing to increases in anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. And I think one of the questions a lot of people have is that we sort of expected that this fall would all be about helping students recover. And instead, a decision was made to change the way that elementary and middle school is taught and have professional development and classroom time focused on that instead of helping students recover. And I know you guys had a choice as to when you would implement this new program. And I think the question most parents have is, why are you doing it this fall? And why not do it in the fall of 2022?
Dr. Rumble?
Yep, I can lean into that. We will be spending more time in our superintendent's update with the Learning Services team to hopefully address some of those questions. Jen, let me bring in, I think Sue-Ann is still on the call as well. Sue-Ann, let me bring your voice into it because while I think that the notion of dissolving might look very different to different people and in terms of what we're doing. So Sue-Ann, do you want to start with that?
Yeah, so let me first say that we still have all of our staff, all of our support staff. Students are still being served by all their IEPs. If you're in what's currently a PLP program, you're not suddenly being thrust out of those services. We're really working on changing our language from saying that a student is a PLP student or a Compass student or a resource, because you're not your disability. So for special services, our first piece is we're really trying to do a language shift. You're not losing your staff. No one's being automatically shifted anywhere. And we're really trying to, language matters, and you're not your behavior, you're not your disability. And so we're going to talk more about this at the board meeting and how we're intentionally shifting our language so that we're really honoring the whole person and the whole child and not calling out one aspect of a student by those labels. And the same thing with our staff. We have a diverse staff who may be teaching in one part of the program, but may have an expertise for another part of the program. And so we want to just remove labels so that we can provide more flexibility in our staffing, but provide the same services or better to the students that we're already serving in the same in the same services. We're just trying to get rid of the labels for the kids.
So I think, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I think this is really confusing to parents as to what you guys are doing. And I feel like you guys have had a month to clarify this. And I'm wondering if you could tell us specifically what your communication plan is for parents and how you plan to explain exactly what's happening.
So we have 2 minutes left, and I know Fred is part of our presentation this for the board meeting. Did you want to go into that now, or do you want me to defer to the board meeting? Because we have the slides prepped for that.
I will defer to Christy and President Lurie in terms of what you want to do at the time.
I think a lot of these questions are going to be addressed during the presentation in a much more organized way. I would propose that we wait. I think that there's been some misunderstandings in terms of the rollout. As Dr. Rui said, the intention with the inclusionary practices is to be providing services, not programs. And no one's talking about changing any programs, but continuing to offer services in another way. And I would just challenge, I know it's hard to go into the unknown. And one of the big things that's going to be addressed, I think, that's coming in the presentation is, school was successful. We were successfully serving lots of students in the Mercer Island School District. We do not successfully serve 100% of our students. And while the students in the HiCap program, or at least the West Mercer HiCap program, have been very pleased with that program, that isn't the case across the board. And so the district has been working for years now, getting assessments done from outside consultants, having a committee, and looking at ways of better serving all of our students. The question is, why put off something for a year that we know we're going to have students coming in with tremendous learning loss and tremendous social emotional issues? If we can readjust the way that we offer these services to all of our students, now is the time to do that, where students are coming back, they're going to be all over the board in terms of what they're needing. And I can tell you it's one of the reasons that the leadership team recommending removing the Spanish language program for the elementary schools is because of the need that we know our students are going to have regarding social emotional needs. And the question is that the best use of their time coming back to this school or coming back to their schools in a Spanish language program, which is great and our students thrive in it? Or are they going to be better served by providing some of the social emotional supports and being able to provide extra staffing for those needs, which are going to be done in different ways? So I would just say, we understand that. I mean, I know people don't like to hear this, but change is hard. There is no intention of taking anything away. The intention is always to improve, and that, changes to things don't always go well, but we hope that they will. They've been well thought out, and the communication is going to come over time. I would say give our leadership team a little bit of a break. They've been working 24/7 for over a year now. At the same time that they rolled out the inclusionary practices information is when we got the unexpected news from Governor Inslee and Department of Health that they were shifting our requirements for returning to in-person services that we were not expecting. We also had spring break in there, and we have our superintendent on medical leave. So there was a lot going on, but that doesn't mean that our leadership teams are not working tremendously, and they need to have the opportunity to bring this information. Also with our staff has been updated, but a lot of the feedback from staff is, don't put this on my plate until June, I don't know, the last day of school, June 22nd, whatever the last day of school is, they can't think about another thing. So while many are in support of this and looking forward to getting professional development this summer, they just can't take it right now. So just because you're not hearing about all these things does not mean that they're not happening. A lot of them are being scheduled and planned for. And I don't think it's going to be the changes that it's not a doomsday. We're all hopeful that this is going to provide better services and more independent services for each one of our students, and not just based on a score they got on one test. So it's 6:02. Christy, was there anything else? Please join us is what I'm saying. This is an ongoing conversation and learning. The board is going to be using its June study session to have a more complete presentation of the inclusionary practices that we're just starting to put together. We're hoping to bring in the experts that our leadership team have relied on. But so it's an ongoing process of what I'm saying, and just try and hang in there with us while we, educate our students this year as best as we can, and then also prepare for them to be back in our schools on a full-time basis and being able to meet their needs that we know that they're going to be coming with.
Thank you, Deborah. I just wanted to add that the PTA and the PTA Council is eager and ready to help you communicate out to parents. And we're happy to organize forums or do anything we can to help parents understand what's going on. And I think the communication is so key, because I think it helps build trust, which will allow for, us to sustain the enrollment that we have today, and hopefully engage parents in support of all of our levies. So thank you.
Thank you. That's very appreciated. Christy, is there anything you want to end with?
No, I was just going to say what Jennifer said, that the underlying theme to this whole conversation, which was very quick, is just how can we partner and support each other, the district, the board, the PTA, and how we can support all our students and teachers and staff. And we're open to continuing more dialogue and helping to host some sort of listening session for there's a lot of information and a lot happening next year. So
there is, and thank you so much. And we know that you're there, and our learning services team knows that you're there, which is why they present it to you. Is anyone dying to end with anything based on the timing? I want to try and keep us on schedule. I can't tell you how much we appreciate this partnership. We pushed for, the board has talked about adding this linkage session for a couple years now. And so we did it. And I'm just wondering, I thought this was very useful, and we can talk about whether or not this, as some of our other linkage sessions might go from twice a year to once a year, if it would be beneficial for this group to meet even more. An hour goes by very quickly, and these two groups put our students first, and it's really beneficial. So let's continue that conversation. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and hope that as many of you as possible can stay tuned, and you'll get even more information that should be closer to the top of the agenda. Brian.
Just because of the last 7 years and so much of the leadership and advocacy training I received from Washington State PTA and our great groups here in the council, I just want to point out that the PTA and PTSAs on Mercer Island are an often invisible force that have a tremendous impact in the lives of every student and every staff member and our families across the community. So I just want to express my gratitude for everything that you do, the volunteer hours that you put in, and your selfless sacrifice and your generosity, because you move mountains with your work. And I want you to know that I see you, we all see you, and you are deeply, deeply appreciated for your generosity of time and energy, which sometimes feels endless. And I don't think you get told thank you enough for that. So I celebrate you.
Thanks, Brian. Maggie Ty, did I see your hand?
Yeah, so I know we're out of time, but I did want to say the next time we have one of these meetings, and I personally would be happy to do these more often, I would love to be able to hear more from the PTA reps, because I think by the time everybody introduces themselves, and then we have like sort of mini presentations from the administrators, there's just not that much time. So if there's a way around that, for example, if like the school board could send out ahead of time, like a little introduction of each of us, and then the PTA could send back like an introduction of everybody, and we could all just be responsible for looking over that, that might shortcut through some of that, because I'm always really happy to hear what people have to say. And it's a nice forum. It's especially right now, it's nice to hear people's voices and see people's faces. So thanks.
And on that note, thank you. We can do it in any way that we want. So please let's continue this conversation. And it is 6:07. Do board directors need 5 minutes before we come back, or are we going to jump right into our board meeting? No one's screaming that they need 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Okay, we're going to do 2 minutes. We're going to start our regular board meeting at 6:10. Thank you all very much for joining us.
I adjusted the trim a little bit, but after it, I heard it kind of cutting out. I adjusted it so that the second half of what you were saying wasn't cutting out. So a little bit.
Yeah, so I think that's what I thought me actually. It's so cool. I did not think
Yours from the
All right, just waiting for everyone to rejoin us, and we will get going with our regular meeting. Okay, we have all of our board directors. So I am looking for a motion to establish the agenda.
I move that we establish the agenda as presented.
Ended.
Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye in some way.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The agenda is established as published. Recognition, destination, imagination. Dr. Rundle, is that to you?
That's to me. I've often said that, or shared with others that destination imagination, what it is today, it's gone through several iterations. When I was a student in elementary school, some years ago now, it was Olympics of the Mind and then Odyssey of the Mind, and it's changed. And there's been some splits, but Destination Imagination has been a program that has grown in this school district over the years. I certainly would be remiss not to mention Mark Headley's name as we think about an early pioneer in our school district. And then 3 individuals who are here tonight, who we're going to hear from, David Baxter, Kirsten Borg, Julie Langley, and other coaches, but those 3 have really taken it and run from there. And so the Destination Imagination program has continued to thrive. It's continued to grow. I remember last year, it was one of the very last in-person experiences we were able to have when we hosted the regional tournament at Mercer Island High School. And then it was within weeks after that that we were closing our schools. But they have persevered and they continued to compete last year. And then this year, Destination Imagination has been moved entirely online. But I'm thrilled to bring forward our 3 lead coaches and coordinators tonight to honor and recognize all of the teams from Mercer Island School District and the students who have participated. We had 9 out of our 12 teams earn awards in the recent Destination Imagination competition. They'll be going on to the global finals. It is such a unique experience, and I wish that these students were going to be able to travel, but they'll be competing again online with our global finals competition. So at this point, I would love to welcome in David Baxter, Kirsten Borg, and Julie Langley to introduce teams, introduce the students, and then I think we even have some students who are going to talk a little bit about a service learning project that they're part of. So I can't say enough and extend my appreciation. I am such a small part in this as far as trying to coordinate in the back. It's really the 3 of you who continue to make the magic happen. So welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rundle. Appreciate that introduction. We're so glad to be here tonight, and I want to express our continued appreciation for the support that the school board and the school district gives the Destination Imagination program. I think that we have been active for 15 years in the district, and under this rather difficult year, we were thrilled to have 80 students sign up to be part of this program again. As you know, Destination Imagination involves students from all 4 elementary schools, the middle school, the high school. It not only focuses on promoting creativity and problem solving, but I think it's interesting how it also addresses a lot of the 21st century skills that as a district we want to encourage. Things like collaboration, communication skills, time management, all these things that help somebody to truly succeed not only in school but in life. During this season, our teams, there were 13 of them that competed at the state level. And as Dr. Rundle said, 9 of them are moving on. We had 5 first places, 3 second and a third place, with several special awards as well. You may recall that last spring, we also had 9 Mercer Island teams attend the virtual global finals, and every one of those teams scored in the top 15 of their category. There were 444 teams from around the world, and we still did that well. Wow, students. So I'm going to hand off the microphone here to Julie or any of the other students who want to say anything about their destination experience this year.
So this year, as David and Fred have alluded to, we've had a very interesting challenge. Not only is it the creativity piece and the cooperation, but the communication piece has been huge. Having to communicate remotely with one another and work together. They have come together and created the most amazing projects. And one of the projects that we have a group here to share about tonight is directly related to Mercer Island High School. So a group of Mercer Island High School students took on a service learning project in which they are working with the district mission and vision statements to try and enhance the learning experience for all students in the district. I'm looking to see if they're all in the panelist. If they're not in the panelist list, can they speak or not?
We'll have to promote them. Do you want to give us
Okay.
the list of names that you want?
So the names that I need, let's see, where are you? So Upgrade MI, the bottom of the attendees list. And is that it for your team?
Ethan.
We're
Also.
missing Ethan as well. Is Ethan not there? There and Ethan
Cheney.
Cheney. Is that it? That's it for you guys, right? Okay. All right. You ready, a toaster bread?
Thanks. So yeah, about our project. We started last year in 2020 during pretty chaotic times. And I think I'd just like to start by saying that we have all been so grateful to have been part of DI and to have done this project, because it allowed us to be part of the change that we saw going on in other places. And you know, that's not an opportunity that presents itself every day. But anyway, as students, we decided to try to use our perspective as students to try to make a really tangible local difference in education here at MI.
So throughout the last 6 months, we have been researching, learning, reading articles online about innovative and progressive approaches to education. We have talked with numerous staff members, the admin, and our principal, and also a lot of teachers all across the US who are already using this progressive approach to education. Throughout all of this, we used our creative DI approach to problem solving. We utilized this to figure out ways to help students have a better, more effective education and enable teachers to develop their dream classroom.
Yeah, and so through our project, we really wanted to make education more inclusive towards all learning styles and more collaborative between students and teachers, and more centered around choice-based learning so kids could really individualize their learning. So during the process of talking to teachers and admin, we gained huge support, and they were very excited to see what changes we can bring in the following years.
So some of the changes that our team is currently trying to implement are student-teacher conferences, more transparency in course description, more personalized learning pathways and daily student choice in the classroom, the devaluation of grades, and the focus on inquiry-based learning. As a team, we've talked to over 24 teachers so far, and we've asked them about their perspectives on how we can improve the classroom for both them and their students.
It's been really awesome how much DI this year pushed us to solve a real world issue. And not only has DI kind of through the years prepared us with the skills we would need for that, such as like collaboration, creativity, problem solving, like outside of the box thinking, but it gave us the confidence that like we had the ability to make a change in our community. So kind of just a big shout out to DI for being there year after year and allowing us to have a place to grow and learn and to foster the skills that are needed to make a big change. And so we're really excited for, you know, what progress that can bring to our community, thanks to both the DI process and how hard our teams worked.
Would it be all right to invite students to introduce themselves by name if they would so choose to do so?
I think that would be great. Maybe name and the team they were on and what school and grade level that they're in would be great.
Okay, Catherine, you're up.
My name is Catherine. I'm in 5th grade, and my team was, you know what, let's just skip them.
Veda.
Hi, my name is Veda. I am in 5th grade. My school is Linkage Elementary, and my team is, you know what, let's just skip them.
Claire.
My name is Claire. I'm in 5th grade, and my team is, you know what, let's just skip them.
Oh, let's skip them. Steffi Kim.
Hi, I'm Steffi. I'm in 7th grade, and my team is 7 Wonders.
Sadie.
I'm Sadie. I'm in 7th grade, and my team is also 7 Wonders.
And Miss Single.
Hi, I'm
Audia. I'm also on Seven Wonders.
And Jasmine.
I'm Jasmine. I'm in 7th grade and I'm in Seven Wonders.
Ryan Kinder, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Ryan Kinder. I'm in 8th grade and I'm on the team Heroic Villains.
And Guillaume.
I'm Guillaume Sullivan and I'm in 5th grade and I'm on the You Know What, Let's Just Skip Them team.
Ashwin, would you like to say hello?
Yeah, I'm Ashwin. I'm in 8th grade and my team is called the Diddy.
And I am afraid I don't know you, Jennifer. I'm not sure if you're a DI member or not. Jennifer Crespi.
She's a parent.
Okay. So that's our student joiners for tonight. Thank you, students, for being here for this recognition.
And, kind of closing some of that out, the perseverance, I know that every DI topic is followed by challenge. And I know that the entire year has been a challenge in so many ways, but for these students, led by their coaches and coordinated by the three of you, to persevere and kind of push through, how do you figure out how to not only end last year, which was a complete flip of where you thought you'd be, but then to pick up and really want to provide that opportunity for students. I can't say enough for the students, regardless of whether or not you're going to globals or not, just competing and putting forward a team is an accomplishment. Those of you going on further, we wish you the best of luck. And to our three coordinators, Kirsten Borg, David Baxter, and Julie Langley, thank you for your tireless support. We know that things like this can't happen for students without really dedicated adults ready to support it. So thank you as well.
Thank you all. Congratulations, everyone, and good luck in your next competitions. Okay, well, you are welcome to join us for the rest of the meeting if you guys have a couple hours, or we will actually all sign off and find probably a better way to spend your evening. So thank you guys very much for joining us.
Like everybody else is doing.
Bye.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Okay, so next up on our agenda is, well, actually, I was just going to make one comment. Dr. Rundle, it sounds like you've got some additions to make for your learning services team. I think there's
yes, no doubt, and the best additions probably.
Absolutely.
They can take it from here.
Sounds good. Student representative report. Morgan and Paul, thank you guys for joining us. It feels like it's been forever.
Director Lurie, do you want to do public input or do you want to go to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed public input. Of course we want to do. I'm sorry, you guys. You were like.
It's all right.
Okay, public input. I have the list. Hang on one sec. Pull it up. It is time for public input. I apologize. I was moving along. Public comment for tonight. Okay. The meeting is a meeting of the board in public. It is not a public meeting that guarantees interaction between members of the public and members of the board. If you would like to address the board on a particular issue, please complete the form attached below and submit to the board secretary by emailing the completed form at least 60 minutes prior to the meeting. When addressing the board at the meeting, please limit your remarks to not more than 3 minutes. Appoint a spokesperson if the concern is a group concern, and if desired, provide written documentation to the board secretary. Public comments that name or otherwise identify a district student are not permitted without permission of that student's parent or legal guardian. The board may direct the superintendent to respond at a later date to the issues expressed. And we have, please disregard, stick with Kendall's list. Okay, sorry. Okay, but now I'm not pulling up Kendall's list. I'm just going to go based on what's on the screen. So I am going to ask that everyone keep their comments to 3 minutes. We have a number of commenters today, as well as a long agenda. So thank you for your consideration in that. Our first individual is Avery McCall.
Hi, I'm McCall Avery.
Oh, I'm sorry. I knew that.
Hello, my name is Nicole Avery, and I'd like to say thank you. On behalf of my entire family, thank you. Thank you for creating a plan for elementary kids to return to school 5 days a week. And thank you for creating the Mercer Island School District COVID scoreboard. This vital tracker proves we can count the number of COVID cases in MISD on one hand with few fingers left over, so bravo. While we appreciate the extra days and information demonstrating that your safety protocols are working, it's time to lift the lockdown on kids by lightening up, loosening up, and figuring out lunch. Did you know elementary kids can only play with students in their own cohort and cannot interact with other kids in other classes or grades? My spunky social butterfly second grader pleaded, "Mom, you have to keep me enrolled in the Mercer Island Boys and Girls Club after school program because that's the only way that I can play with my friends who aren't in my class." Literally, my rule follower daughter is prohibited from seeing her friends in other classes. She cannot play with the few friends she's made in sports due to the rigid regulations that may have made sense last spring, but not now. With most kids wearing masks faithfully and washing hands regularly, kids are eager to comply if that means more time at school and more time with friends. With a national teacher vaccine rollout and nearly 70% of islanders already having their first vaccine shot, we've controlled the controllables. We must move forward and make up for lost time for these kids. We want to believe MI will offer full-time school for 5 days for grades K through 12. And after so many delays, it's hard to trust this pledge is sure and solid. I'm thinking about the September kinder start that was pushed to September and later, or October, then November, then December, and then January 2021, or the botched April 22nd return that felt disappointing for kids and parents alike. Please take these last several weeks of vital learning hours and enroll all elementary kids full-time. Resurrect the traditional school day we all took for granted in February 2020. Show weary parents considering private schools that you figured out how kids can go to school full-time from 9 until 3:45 while riding the buses safely to and from school. While I want to be cautiously optimistic, we will have a full fall return. The risk-averse, fear-based, dipping our toe in the water approach has sparked some disbelief and doubt. Please show Mercer Island families you mean business this fall by making up for lost time and return all elementary kids all days now. There's no time to waste. Our kids want, need, and deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, McCall, and your time was impeccable.
Yep, thanks.
Next week, Dan Flowitz.
The district's plan for sweeping changes to the educational curriculum affects every child in our elementary and middle schools. Yet, astoundingly, the process was far less transparent than that for the design of the next play structure at Mercerdale Park. In abruptly announcing these changes, the district sidelined the very committee it appointed to consult on such matters, ignored state statutory requirements and its own policies, and failed to hold a singlet public hearing. This is outrageous. Over the past year, the district has faced numerous logistical, educational, and fiscal challenges caused by an unprecedented global pandemic. These circumstances have already asked a tremendous amount of teachers as the district has been forced to address health concerns while providing an education that takes into account students' educational and developmental needs. Nonetheless, the district has experienced an exodus of students and funding dollars to private schools, which may now be exacerbated by parents worried that the district's plan will not adequately prepare their children. Given the massive disruptions and strain the pandemic has caused, now is not the time to enact significant changes behind closed doors. Last month, one board member opined that the pandemic created, quote, a great opportunity for change, end quote. I disagree. Successful change, one that will be accepted and embraced by the community, requires public discussion and examining local data, one that is only now on the horizon with the end of the pandemic in sight. Using the pretext of the pandemic to short circuit public debate and abruptly announce a plan that has neither been explained or justified is both shocking and alarming. The plan is premature because the process that led us here was fundamentally flawed. Now is the time for the board to have the courage to exercise the oversight required of it, acknowledge its mistake, and stop proceeding along a fraught path that is devoid of data, shuts the door on public discussion, and risks inviting costly and protracted litigation. Make no mistake, this outrage is not about reluctance to accept change, nor is it about any disagreement over the principle of inclusiveness. It is quite simply about an alarming disregard for the democratic process. The school district should immediately retract the announcement of its premature plan, reset the process, and begin the public discussion on a matter of utmost importance, the future of our children's education on Mercer Island. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Marnie Shepherd.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. My name is Marnie Shepherd, and I am the current president of the Fine Arts Advisory Council. And also present on the panel is Patricia Pelter, our past president and current board member. The Fine Arts Advisory Council, a local nonprofit, has supported the arts in its MI community for 60 years. Everything we do for the students, K through 12, with funding opportunities that provides educational excellence in the performing and visual arts programs offered at all the 6 schools on Mercer Island. We foster programs where creativity and problem-solving solutions shine by embracing our community to help make this vision a reality every year with Showcase. In that same breath, we wish to show our continued support for the PAC Theater and the drama and music departments with its need for a technical theater specialist position. This role is a vital asset for their departments to function and thrive. This role must continue to exist in order for these programs to succeed and for our students to benefit from these amazing, popular, creative programs. Like so many small venue theaters across our country closing their doors due to COVID, we too are facing struggles with theater positions at risk. We, however, have the luxury of a community that values the arts and are willing to let their voices be heard to protect what we feel is important for our MI students. That being said, we are interested in helping to craft an arts plan moving forward. What are our goals? What are our mandates that guide us to where we wish to be? We would like to partner with the schools board to create this arts plan. We understand your role in governance, and we bring to the table the voice of the community, the teachers, and most importantly, the voices of the students. We hope that this mandate becomes a guideline that can help steward us forward together with a collective vision, set goals, and a clear path for all the arts programs on Mercer Island to thrive. Thank you so much for your time and continued support.
Thank you. Next, we have Patricia Pelter.
Hi, everybody. We were together, Marnie, and that was the statement from FAC. So I think we can skip this time. So thanks for the time.
Thank you so much for joining us. And next we have Bharat Shyam.
Andrews is looking for Bharat, but does not see him in the audience.
Okay. Do we have any others?
Yes.
All right, next we will go to Alexander Wang.
He's coming on.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anthony Wang. I'm an 8th grader at IMS. The HiCap program has been a fixture in this community for many years. In the years the program has existed, numerous students have undergone and benefited from that program. I'm one of them. Today, I'd like to share with you my experience and thoughts on the matter. When I came to Mercer Island in 3rd grade, I was the shyest kid anyone had ever met. I probably would have fainted on the spot if you asked me to give a speech. And to be honest, I really had never understood or heard of the word creativity before. I was academically strong, but hadn't really advanced into other areas of development. However, I entered into HiCap. Being in a community of other talented learners, other motivated students gave me an incentive to learn better as well. Having an atmosphere of curiosity gave me a love for discovery that still lasts today. Those are gifts, irreplaceable gifts that shouldn't be overlooked. Between the fairs that we participated in, Career Day, Marketplace, and countless other projects, I was slowly brought out of my shell. It rounded me out and it introduced me to concepts I've never explored before. It changed me forever. That's why the HiCap program should stay in its current model. I can personally vouch for its effectiveness and am confident that many of my classmates can as well. It's been an exceptionally helpful resource for students like me. Next year, my younger brother, who is now a 2nd grader, will be coming to West Mercer as a 3rd grader. I sincerely hope he can have the same experience and learnings that the program has offered me. He's a gifted learner that would thrive in that environment, and I know he would love it. Keep the current system. Don't restrict growth and opportunities for gifted students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anthony. Next, we have Mike Westover.
Hi, thank you. Our Mercer Island schools have a history of close collaboration with parents, teachers, and the community at large. That collaboration leads to buy-in on the solutions, families invested in our schools, and strong community support for schools, levies, and the schools foundation. Unfortunately, the process for determining the change to HiCap and the other programs announced at the last board meeting was itself anything but inclusive. By predetermining the outcome without even consulting the HiCap committee, the process left many parents in doubt whether the district is really prepared to ensure students continue to receive the education they need in the new model. Many of us support expanding inclusive practices and ensuring every child receives the services they need and a challenging education. We also have shared research with you that shows how challenging it will be and the extensive training and preparation needed to meet the needs of highly capable students in heterogeneous classrooms. We shared how districts that have tried to implement similar models have struggled. It's concerning that the district decided to change the model without identifying what changes, other than a coach, will be made to implement the new model successfully, how our teachers will be supported, the training that will be needed, or even which other districts will serve as a model for implementing these changes successfully. We also don't know how the effectiveness of these changes will be measured to ensure students are still making a year's progress in a year, and to determine whether this new model should be continued. To the board, you are the representatives of us in the community and the students. The structure of the highly capable program is defined in board policy and deserves a robust discussion. Boards in other local districts have had extensive discussions before approving changes like these when they have been proposed to ensure that they're in the best interest of students. Our students deserve the same. Next year was going to be challenging to begin with, between financial constraints, uncertainty over the classroom model, and learning losses during the pandemic. By making these changes now without working with the community, the district is not creating the best conditions for success. I would urge the district to pause the changes to HiCap for next year and work collaboratively with the community on the solution to incorporate inclusive practices and ensure we're addressing the needs of our highly capable learners. Thank you.
Thank you. That looks like it is it for public input. Thank you everyone for joining us. And if there are still people on that brought the HiCap program to our attention and their concerns, there will be some discussion of that during the superintendent's report. So feel free to stick around, and all questions will not be answered in that presentation, but certainly some. Next, we have our student representative report. So Paul and Morgan, it's handing it over to you.
Hi, everyone. For this month's report, we gathered a lot of information from our month's superintendent advisory meeting with representatives from all of our schools in the district. The students were happy to share some of their experiences with in-person learning because as of last week, officially all students in Mercer Island School District from ages 3 in the preschool to ages 21 within our adult transition program had the opportunity to learn in person, which is certainly an exciting accomplishment. And we are certainly excited to share some of the students' thoughts.
Yeah, so at the elementary level, our second and third graders across the district were able to return to full-time in-person learning with a 5-day schedule. And although elementary schools are still only operating in a half-day setting, they're able to use 3-feet guidelines in classrooms instead of the previous 6 feet, which has really allowed for more dynamic activities and just much more students in the building at once. And so some of what we heard from our elementary school representatives included teachers having some in-person students join the Zoom calls to kind of include more of the online kids and make them feel incorporated. And this has reportedly been working really well. And the 5th graders are looking forward to their upcoming 5th grade legacy project. It sounds like it'll involve some painting and just some really fun activities as well.
As for other fun activities, some teachers have been hosting after school things such as games or book readings. But however, there's definitely been lots of troubleshooting with juggling both online and in-person kids. And some teachers have been asking students to walk up to the camera when talking so that the students online could hear them. And to address students' desires for more socialization, many teachers have also been opening casual breakout rooms during break times after class.
So at the end of our advisory meeting, we had a fun little debate with the group about whether A or B day is superior. And the consensus among the elementary schoolers was definitely almost unanimous B, because reportedly B students got Pop-Tarts for their snack while A students got Cheerios. So definitely uneven.
I would take the Pop-Tarts too. At the middle school, our middle school reps reported transition from online to hybrid has been an overall pretty smooth one. That homework levels have felt manageable, and at the end of the day, teachers have been giving students time to get their homework done in class. This adjustment has been nice, especially in the past few weeks as students have been able to go outside and enjoy the warm weather and not have to worry about loads of homework.
So over at the high school, students have continued to adjust to in-person classes, especially as sophomores and juniors have been joining the other 2 grades this past week. So various student groups have worked to make sure that every returning group has had a really spirited first few days back, especially the freshmen, and students have worked to make various social and also extracurricular events happen while taking advantage of our newer hybrid model. And then an example of this is the band is finally able to do physical rehearsals together this week, which is very exciting. And the orchestra group is doing an online event, which includes delivering some goodie bags to new members' houses. And our radio station has continued to announce sports seasons, and they work to sync the radio broadcast with the NHHS live stream program for the winter sports season.
And some of the feedback we received on the hybrid learning model at the high school level regarding kind of the intersection of Zoom and in person. And some of our students noted that they felt that the online half was worse now than it was before when all students were online, just because kind of the disconnect. And at times they felt ignored or disregarded by either the teacher or the students in the class. And then students have also reported audio issues in several classes, leading to teachers having to juggle what seems like 2 separate classrooms at once.
And there was also lots of feedback on the length of Islander Hour and its ineffectiveness at using the time for learning and meeting with teachers. And testing has also become a fairness issue, with some students being in person and others online, while some asynchronous tests are hurting kids with internet or Schoology issues, etc.
And then looking forward, seniors, I know myself, are very happy that both in-person variations of prom and graduation are being planned. And we're thankful that we've been able to provide input on these events and their planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from board directors? Brian, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that valuable feedback. I think whenever we can hear how student experience is impacting their lives, it's really important. I know that for the superintendent and the administrative teams, you have more of a direct line to what's happening with the students. But for me as a board member, I really appreciate being able to hear that research, and I appreciate you going out and doing the extra work that it takes to bring that student voice to us. It's incredibly valuable, and I really appreciate your input. Thank you.
Paul, you had some exciting news. Did you want to share that?
Oh, sure, I can share it. I have my sweat. I put it in the dirty hamper because I'm washing it, but I decided a couple of days ago that I'm going to be going to Georgetown University next fall. So I'm really excited about that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I went to school in DC. It is a pretty darn fun place to be. So
Yeah, I'm really excited for it.
Good for you. Okay. Sorry, computer issues. Okay, so Bharat, we're going to go back to public input. He was in the participant list under another name. So I just want to remind everyone who's going to be joining us for public input that we need your name to match under the one that was submitted. Otherwise, we can't find you. So thank you for letting us know. And you have 3 minutes and go ahead.
Thanks. I gave both email IDs, and the city council never has any problems with this. So someone didn't look at both the email IDs. I've spent 22 years on Mercer Island. I've had 4 kids go through elementary school, son, a daughter, nephew, and a niece. And I've got Island Park Elementary, West Mercer, and Lake Ridge covered. I've worked in large software companies. I've worked for the government on Governor Gregoire's cabinet. I've started my own company, and I invest every day in high-risk startups. So I embrace change. So I'd appreciate not to use the innuendo that I'm scared of change in addressing the comments that I'm going to make right now. I want to thank the school district for having tried hard to create a personalized curriculum that matches different learning styles. And I've been trying to learn about universal design, both in the way you've talked about it in the school district and about how it's used in classrooms. And the conclusion that I've come to that it's a set of goals, a set of ideas. It is not a process, and it is not a design. There are no methodologies to detect what a certain kid's learning inputs are. And there's a set of ways to come about this. It's a great process. But it's a set of intentions. And let's not forget that, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And that's the biggest reason why the effort that you've got in place to try and change elementary schools in one shot is really high risk. The other reason is the pandemic. That's pretty clear. And then the third is that when I talk to teachers, they don't really know what this means. And nor do parents, nor do students. So there's a lack of communication. And it's not okay to have good intentions and hope. You've got a huge responsibility. You've got to have a plan, a well-tested process, and you've got to make it low risk. Interestingly enough, there is already a low risk path to have personalized education. And by personalized, it doesn't mean that every classroom can have complete personalization for everyone. There are at least 3 different ideas that have already played out on Mercer Island. One is in West Mercer with a lot of very happy parents and kids. One is in Island Park Elementary, where the parents raise money to have an extra parapro who pulls kids out. And then there's Montessori education in various places for kindergarten level kids on the island. And if you want to add a 4th one, I say go for it. Let's have 4 classrooms or 5 classrooms that also have this other set of ideas. And let's have parents have some flexibility in seeing where the kids do the best. And I'd say double the size of this. I hate the idea of calling it a gifted program or even a high cap program. Double the size, and absolutely don't use just course. For what you need for the West Mercer school district, West Mercer program is kids who are capable of being self-disciplined and potentially going fast in a couple of subjects and can be self-motivated. And a lot of kids fit that. So let's double the size of that. Let's raise more money so we have more parapros in other elementary schools. And let's have multiple programs so we have a set of different programs that result in a set of experiments for personalized education. I really appreciate your effort in putting me back on because I was waiting, and I'm really passionate about this, and I hope that you'll take these comments and have a set of programs, not just one new program that is untested and unverified. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, we will go back to our agenda. We're at 2E, Superintendent Report.
All right, thank you, School Board. We do have a number of topics, so I will try to move through those, but I think they're important for everyone to have. First off, I want to thank our PTA and the leaders who were part of tonight's presentation. I can remember when I arrived in the district, just what an impressive organization our PTA is, having been in other districts. This is absolutely one of the finest that I've ever been a part of. I also remember a time when there wasn't as great of a relationship between even our PTA and our schools foundation. And over the years, I've seen that evolve and change. It's really all about the students and supporting the district. So I too want to thank our PTA leaders who are here tonight, as well as those who are doing the work every day supporting our schools. Today is Earth Day. I think we'd be remiss as a Green School district to not mention that it is Earth Day. We will have some different activities and supports from our students and some of our teams in our schools. But it's an important day to honor and to think about from there. The other thing I would like to just spend a little bit of time here just kind of talking is allowing Ty, if you could provide the board an update on our childcare process and where we are with that.
So we've, starting at the end of February, we put out a request for proposals. We replaced KidsCo as the before and after care provider for the elementary schools in the district. We've received 5 different proposals. We had a number of staff members and community members. As part of the scoring process, we took a very rigid look at the proposals, and we narrowed it down to 2 finalists, a company called Innovation Learning and the Boys and Girls Club of Mercer Island in King County. So we will be continuing to work with the 2 finalists, answering some final questions that the process raised about their proposals. And we anticipate in the next couple of weeks being able to announce a finalist. We are hoping that we will be able to get the contract signed and in place and have the winner be able to start providing care over the summer and be ready to roll when we open the doors in the fall. So it's exciting news.
Any questions for Director Bergstrom on that? All right. We've talked a little bit about this with our PTA leaders, but now that we're in the full session, just touching on some reminders and high points and for the future on schools and our reopening process. I know it's oftentimes referred to as reopening. I think we've always looked at it as it's the next phase in our learning forward. And it was exciting that hopefully we had our last first day this past Monday when our cohort of A learners, or our A cohort of learners at the high school in 10th and 11th grade joined the rest of their peers, as Paul was mentioning, and Morgan in their updates. Next week on Monday, our 2nd and 3rd grade students will have the opportunity for in-person learning 5 days a week rather than the every other day. And then their 4th and 5th grade colleagues will join them with the same 5-day option on Wednesday. So it's important to remember that as we move to a 3-foot physical distance in our classrooms, the parameters from our Department of Health around contact tracing is still at a 6-foot process there. So what that means is, even now that our students might be 3 feet, if we do have a student who tests positive for COVID-19, our contact tracing will actually then potentially involve more students who would be close contacts. Our nurses have been discussing this, and we continue to work through ways to mitigate that. But as it was pointed out in the public comment portion by one of our members of the community, to date, we have not had one transmission traced back to our schools since the beginning. And we continue to work to be diligent and remain consistent with our practices. So as we start looking towards the rest of this year, the system that we have and the schedules that we have in place as of next week at this point will be our schedules moving forward. I know, and it was pointed out in public comment, I've received some others that there's been some questions about, can we expand in our high school 2 more days a week or even more hours in our elementary. So we've talked about that quite a bit. One challenge right now, especially at our secondary, the numbers have gone back up and they've crested over 200 cases per 100,000 residents. And why that poses a challenge for us is, unless we are cohorting like we are in the elementary, that's a place where you have to maintain the 6 feet of physical distance. So I think we're going to continue to see a little bit potential bumpy ride through the spring, which is why, rather than focusing on how do we continue to make changes this year, now that we've really done quite a bit of work trying to get our students to where they are, our focus really turns towards the 21-22 school year, most notably September 1st, which is the first scheduled day of the school year. Our focus, our goal, our full intention is that we will open up the new school year with all of our students who want in-person learning back in person 5 days a week for the full school day. So that's really where we're headed. And as I shared with the PTA and board during the linkage, we are expecting initial K-12 fall guidance from the Department of Health any day now. We thought it might be as early as this week, so maybe tomorrow, but it's looking like we'll probably not see that until next week. Any questions from the board on opening or reopening or our last first day?
I do. Fred?
Yes, Director Den.
Yes. So you know how in the, I'm so happy to hear that we're so intentional and steadily getting everybody back more as we can, and really excited to all the plannings that are for fall. But you know, with the governor saying that, and I don't know how this is being implemented by district, but when he says there's a minimum of 30%, I think face-to-face, and then pushing us to continually do more and more. And I know that we have challenges with lunches and with school bus transportation, all those impacts, you know, what we're able to do. But one, is there any requirement from OSPI, and you know, by a certain time they want all district to get to 40%, 50%, and then so I guess wanting to know what are kind of expectations from the state, you know, when they kind of throw this out, you know, continually to do more is kind of vague, right? And then two, what are our own metrics as we're moving forward with that? What kind of conversations, and I guess what is stopping us from, you know, beyond what we're saying about lunches and things like that, to move from 30 to 40 to 50. So I like kind of like that concrete kind of movement forward.
Something that I heard, and I don't know if this is a rumor or if it's going to come to fruition, but we're hearing early indicators about next year's opening, less about what the expectation is moving forward for this year in terms of increasing percentages. So one of the metrics that we're hearing is that it will likely, there will likely be some guidance from OSPI that in order to access some of the funding, and it's unclear whether or not that will be the ESSER funding or that's going to be any funding that the legislature puts forward. But we are hearing that there'll be a minimum expectation for next fall in terms of a floor that every district will have to meet in order to access the funding. So I think that's going to be coming. It might be part of the legislation coming out of Olympia, or it might be coming out of OSPI. One of the benchmarks that we're watching is we have certainly left the provision in place for our middle school and our high school that we will continue to run our individual student analysis teams that are looking at those students who will benefit and should benefit and can benefit from more days in week or more days per week. And so we'll continue to look at individual students in our middle school and our high school, which will increase the number of students who are back throughout the week. So I think throughout the rest of the year. So I think for right now, it's going to be less about trying to get full-scale grade levels back in. I know I spoke with a school district today, and we've received some information where their high school, they only have 57% of their high schoolers who had indicated that they want to come back in person. I'm thrilled that over 80% of our students at our high school and our middle school want to be back in person. And that's a great problem and a challenging problem because of, as you just said, Director Din, the lunches and some of the other capacity issues. So right now we'd even be at a standstill even if we were considering more options, simply because of where we are relative to cases per 100,000 in King County. I am very hopeful that as more and more of our students, our 16-year-olds and older are getting vaccinated along with our staff, and we'll see what comes for this summer, all the way down to potentially our 12-year-old students and above. That gives me great hope for the fall. But the more focus that we continue to put on trying to plan and reorganize our buildings now, it's going to take away from all of those planning options and discussions with our education association and school district for the rest of this year. So the metric's going to continue to be making sure all of our high schoolers are graduated, making sure that we're getting our other students ready or as prepared going into next year, and then full-scale operation for September 1st, 2021. Other questions? Before I get to the part for our learning services update, I did send a letter to all of our faculty this week, and I want to just read and take a moment to point out just bits of what I had mentioned to our staff and just share some other general comments because you know, where we were and some of the letters as I look back following George Floyd's murder last year certainly came and reemerged this week. And so if I can just read pieces of it and just offer some of my thoughts as a leader in our community. This week's verdict out of Minnesota represents accountability and justice for Mr. George Floyd. It's an important step forward in addressing systemic racism and the impacts to our community of color. However, our collective work as a nation, as well as our own community, continues. Our district bears responsibility in not only dismantling our own systems and practices that restrict access and limit opportunity for global majority and other minoritized members of our community, but also in educating our students to do better and contribute to society as civically minded graduates. In a critical and important way, this is at the heart of Fundamental Core, which is a discussion point for our board meeting later on this evening. We have a district mission, vision, and set of values that expects each of us to promote and model lifelong learning, thinking, equity, inclusion, safety, collaboration, and the whole child. Systems and structures that serve as barriers to our mission, vision, and values maintain disparate outcomes for students, especially those marginalized based on race, ethnicity, and gender, to name a few. I certainly understand as a leader and as a person that not everyone in our community or schools shares the same concern or acknowledges systemic racism in public education, including here in King County and Mercer Island. I identify as a white male, and part of my own commitment is to further develop my own understanding of racial justice and push myself to lead with a racial equity lens. This frequently means simultaneously challenging people's beliefs and listening to all perspectives, seeking first to understand before I am understood. I encourage all of us as educators and parents to do the same in our homes, in our classrooms, on our buses, in the halls, on athletic fields, and wherever we have the opportunity to work with these tremendous students here on Mercer Island. Embedded in the board's policy, we have an equity and diversity policy, we have an equity and advisory committee, and many other ways that we continue to support the education of our students. And even PTA joining this year with a very specific diversity, equity, and inclusion group. But it's also our students who are setting the tone. We have the Education Coalition for Asian American Representation. We have our student group on race relations, and we have Justice and Understanding Support Team at Islander Middle School. Some of these groups are collaborating as we speak, and will be presenting an opportunity for our community to learn more about bias and microaggressions, combating everyday racism in an event next week, April 29th from 7 to 8 p.m. on Zoom. It is our students who we need to continue to set to model the way for and to set the standards. We need to help our children understand and respond to these incidences, such as the death of George Floyd, by having much needed discussions around implicit bias and systemic racism. As adults, these can be difficult conversations to have with our children, but we must be brave and we must be vulnerable. So with that, and leading into the next portion of our superintendent's report, I'd like to go and invite in members of the Learning Services team. As some of our members of the public had pointed out, we had made some pretty important announcements about some of the beliefs and changing ways that we want to continue to talk about our students and to think more about their needs and their names and the services that they require rather than the labels that we've continued to place on them. So tonight, if you want to advance one slide, please. We want to talk a little bit more about our why, about the how and the what. And we certainly understand where our community has asked very important questions about our thinking and about where we want to head in this first year and then in potentially years to come. And so we'll be taking a look at some of the data and some of the reasons for our why now, looking ahead to how we want to continue to move forward and make this successful, to really clarify for you as a school board and our community what it is that we're really talking about changing and what it is that's going to be staying the same. I think there's a lot of jargon in the education profession, which can oftentimes lead to confusion, and we want to be crystal clear on kind of where we're headed. And then also discuss future communication opportunities that we'll continue to provide. So with that, let me start with the why for the change. If we're looking in the most global sense, it really goes back to living our mission, our vision, and our values, especially providing equitable and inclusive learning environments for all of our students without limitations. We've certainly looked at our student data in a number of different ways, looked at quantitative as well as qualitative indicators that we'll talk about tonight. We've looked at recommendations from following two of our reviews in 2018, and also looking across the nation, realizing that Washington State ranks 44th or worse, depending on the metric, and inclusive education in our country. But ultimately, how do we prepare all students for post-secondary life? And we know that our students come to us in kindergarten, and we have a great benefit in this school district of having very little turnover compared to others between those who start in kindergarten and graduate as 12th graders. But we're also welcoming in students all the time. And so how do we prepare those students to be contributory members of society as they're moving forward? So with that, I want to bring in our colleagues here. We have Beth DeGrace, Hannah Bolivar, Nova Williams, Sue Ann Booby, and our team here. And we even have a teacher joining us tonight, one of our coaches, Julie Newcomer. So Beth, Hannah, and Nova, let me turn it over to you.
Great. So we'll kind of start with the program reviews that happened back in 2018. So I'll start just by kicking us off with just a quick reminder of what that was like. For the highly capable review that we did back in 2018, we reviewed the program, and in that review process, we provided them documentation. We provided groups for parents, staff, and students at the different levels. So K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, 12, so that they could provide input to the reviewers about the program and its existence in their experiences with it. So we had both highly capable families and students, and also students who were not in highly capable programming and their families as well, and same with the staff. So that was our highly capable review, and I'll turn it over to Hannah to review the special education review that happened at the same time.
Great. So in 2017-2018 school year, our local ESD conducted a special education review, and they were really looking to, to identify which evidence-based practices we're using across our elementary resource programs. They were also looking to see if we were providing a continuum of services to best meet the needs of students requiring special education services. And they were also looking to identify similarities and differences between our programs and comparison districts. And the activities that were completed as part of that review were looking at data analysis between similar districts like Bainbridge or Issaquah. They conducted interviews with staff and other building and site leaders. They conducted observations and held focus groups.
Thank you. And so while those are they were two separate program reviews, many common themes emerged from both of those reviews. And so I'm looking at the slide right now, and there's one common theme that's missing, so I'll share that with you. The common themes that we had found from both reports are collaboration, identification, student social emotional needs, meeting the needs of diverse learners, and professional learning. And so with some particular specifics underneath each common theme. So looking at collaboration, professional learning communities, advisory, student collaboration resources. I'm looking at the identification. And so we the reports shared to do an evaluation of the tools and ensuring equitable identification practices. And also with the social emotional needs, removing the labels and embedding social emotional learning into our practices. Meeting the needs of diverse learners. We've heard universal design for learning this evening. And so that was part of the common themes that came up. Age and ability appropriate expectations, and making sure all students have access to high quality instruction from certificated staff. And lastly is professional learning and making sure that we increase staff capacity to serve all students.
So I know that this is small for you to see. Really what you need to see here are the colors. So you have two graphs before you have math scores for student growth and then also English language arts. We elected to show you 5th grade after students would have participated in highly capable programming for 2 years, just so that you could see whether or not there is in fact a discrepancy between those two things. Each of the categories, the bars here are the same in both of these graphs. They start with just our students who have participated in highly capable education. Those who have not participated in highly capable education. This 3rd bar indicates all of the students that exist in our system in general in 5th grade. And then these are the students in special education. Likewise, it's the same over here. So student growth percentiles are used to measure the growth and whether or not a student has had adequate growth over the course of an entire school year. The goal is that we want students to have average or above average growth, depending on where their starting point is, of course. And in this instance, you can see that these bars are relatively similar. So the point in showing you this is to say that we have no greater student growth for our students that are in highly capable than we do for those that are in special education. Our goal in focusing our energy on supporting all students is to move that bar and say that all students should have typical growth or greater growth, depending on their starting point. So our goal is to move that bar and move students forward and make better growth for them. Okay, so in this case, we'll talk about the qualitative data. So the last was just a bit of the quantitative data. They included a lot more in both reports. So those can be viewed in those reports as we post them. But the qualitative data, at least as the highly capable review went, came out of largely those focus groups. Again, I mentioned that we had both students that were in highly capable and not highly capable. Those focus groups contained student, staff, parents, separate entities at each of those levels, K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 9, 12. Within the commentary that came out of those and in the surveys as well that we gave to families and students and staff, these were the bullets that really came out of that, so that SEL needs were not being met of students in the program, that there was a superiority or elitism from parents and students that was felt throughout the system by different stakeholders, that students reported feeling segregated as a part of that program. In some ways, they would reference not having friends that were in other peer groups because of their having been in that program. That students should all have access, that was repeated over time, was that in each of the focus groups, everyone said that they thought all students should have access to great education and that there is a lack of diversity in our programming. Those all came out of the qualitative data from the highly capable review.
Similarly, in the special education review, they conducted focus groups with staff, teachers and ESAs and building principals. And some of the data that came out of those were that staff, special education staff, was prioritizing behavioral support when they were actually able to go into classrooms. The focus was always on supporting behavioral needs as opposed to academic needs. There was also a sense that teachers didn't feel like they were capable of addressing all of the student needs because it fell on them to meet all of their student needs as opposed to a shared responsibility. There was confusion about responsibilities for the supports, and they didn't feel like students were getting the additional doses of instruction that they needed to close the achievement gap. And there was also a lack of proactive, pre-planned collaboration between special education staff and general education staff.
Could you talk to the methodology for that? That review a little bit? I mean, was it a survey of parents, teachers? Was there 360 involved? 360-degree review of the program?
Yeah, so for this review, they I can share out the slides with the board that were shared with the board in 2018. But to summarize the activities that took place, there was a data review analysis. Like I said, with similar districts, they did a file review using OSPI protocols. They also had a survey that went out to staff and all special education staff at elementary around roles and responsibilities. They did on-site classroom observations and interviews at each building. They had on-site focus groups with ESAs, building administrators, TOSAs, we were called that at the time, and they did an on-site interview with the director of special education.
Thank you, that's helpful.
So one of the questions that I heard come up tonight and questions that we get is why make changes for the 2021-22 school year? So just to walk through this slide, as a learning organization, we are committed to the continuous quality improvement. And the second bullet point, really thinking about that our goal is not to recreate March 2020. It's really to grow in our practices. We had a lot of learning points from the experience of March 2020 on. And so moving that forward and ensuring instructional access for all students. Recovery services and unfinished learning from COVID-19's impact on education can be enhanced by moving inclusionary practices forward. So as you have heard, reprioritizing a current coach in support of and targeting resources and supports in the movement forward. Part of that is the WASA Inclusionary Practices Grant. And with that, we've been working with, part of that grant is working with Katie Novak around universal design for learning. Looking at, let's see forward, Mercer Island School District starting, we really started considering changes and taking action to move from programs to services several years ago. And there was a slide that we shared at the last board meeting that kind of shared some of those changes in that movement forward in the past years. Lastly, new assessments will help us better plan for our students.
So we've spent a great amount of time, particularly at your March meeting, as well as the first part of this meeting, really talking about a big component of the why. But we've heard from our stakeholders a lot of great questions and some anxious questions about, how does this really look and what does it look like? And I think if I can begin at a global perspective, equity is about providing what students need, and it's not about providing the same for every single student. And that's really at the core of the difference between equity and equality. And the value that you as a school board summed up based on all of those listening sessions was about equity and inclusion. And so as we think about that, I want to really emphasize to our community, and we'll continue to talk about this in upcoming opportunities, but that this is not about taking all of our students and putting them into the same classroom for 100% of their learning day. We know that that would not result in an outcome that would provide that equitable experience where students would receive the services that they need. So as I use the term, and I've been quoted since then about dismantling programs, it really is about trying to remove the labels behind those programs and really to stop thinking about programs that students are in or out, and really thinking about the services that those students need. And that some students may need a service, but we haven't even identified that, or that hasn't even come up yet for that student. But by simply including more learners in an environment, or by bringing resources closer to that environment, we know that we'll be able to potentially provide services to students before we even realize that they truly needed those, which is a benefit. So I want to spend a little bit of time here just talking about the how and not just the why. Certainly understand that people want to see, where are we headed with this? How does this really look? I think it's most important to say that I couldn't agree more with some of the sentiments of our community, whether or not they were voices who came tonight to present in public comment, or or whether or not these have been emails to members of our team or even myself. But going slow to go fast is absolutely important. We share that concern that a wholesale change all at once is not likely going to result in the successful change that we all desire. When I look through the lens of changing our highly capable services, we are intentionally not making this a multi-grade change all at once. We are truly concentrating these changes to our third graders. We have new assessments that we're using this year, which is going to create new profiles and allow students who formerly couldn't get into the HiCap program to still benefit from those services, because we're not going to be looking at a student who has to qualify in reading and in math, but rather they might qualify in literacy, or they may qualify for services in mathematics, but that doesn't preclude them from receiving those services like we have right now. I also want to remind everyone that we're intentionally starting with one grade level and not deconstructing the rest of them. The place I hope that we don't wind up in, but I am certainly not stubborn enough to say that we're going to do things no matter what, because that's not what's in the best interest of students. But as we learn forward and we're moving forward with our third graders, we will not have dismantled all of our fourth and fifth grade programming. If we get to that point and realize that this isn't sustainable or it's not having the impact, and we're going to talk about some of those measurement tools, we have the opportunity to tack in other directions. I don't believe that we'll need to go back to saying we can't move forward in fourth grade, but I also want to remind everyone that that's why we're really focusing on third grade and focusing resources such as our coach and rededicating one of our coaches. We're not adding a coach, we're really rededicating. We're trying to pinpoint professional learning into certain places. The rigorous and challenging learning, which is another one of the values, that does not go away. But it also doesn't require a label. It doesn't require a label for a student to be able to participate in something like Marketplace or to participate in a unique experience. That how can we bring that and make that more accessible to others? And so ultimately, how do we do this? We need to plan, then do, then study, and then act. And again, this is about starting small with a grade level. And so I have heard and have been asked, why don't you just put a pause and not move forward? We're trying to move forward in an incremental way to demonstrate that, yes, the pandemic has been challenging, but our students still only have one third grade year or one fifth grade year. And this year has been extremely a major imposition to our students. But I commend our teachers and our educators throughout our schools for doing the best we can. And I don't think that it has to stop us from taking a step forward. So with that, let me turn it over to Nova. I know that she's been working with one of our coaches, been working with teachers to really try to also help paint a picture of what this looks like.
So one of the things that Julie's been working on is she's been reaching out to teachers and working with teachers to start sort of getting a sense of what they feel like they need and how to best support them. And then, we thought it was prudent that we allow you to hear from the teachers what they're already doing in classrooms. I think what's really hard to see on the parent side of things, if you're not involved as an educator in our system, is what does it look like in a classroom, logistically speaking, to support kids of varying needs. And so we figured, why not ask teachers and have them tell you about it. So we're going to share that video with you. It is a little bit lengthy. I cut it down, but I think I got all the good bits that I could get in there. So go ahead, Andrew.
Hi, Annie. Before we get started, I want to reintroduce myself. I'm Julie Newcomer, and I'm the Integration and Inclusion Coach for the Mercer Island School District. And could you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Annie Larson. I am a fifth grade teacher at Island Park Elementary.
Awesome. So today we just wanted to kind of cover some things that go on in your classroom. There's a shift from programs to services in this district. And I think it's making people nervous, and it's also people have some questions about how this will all work. And so I just wanted to circle back to some of our amazing educators and kind of hear what's going on in your classrooms already.
So at the beginning of units of study, we'll take math as an example. So say we're doing a division with decimals unit. Before I even start any instruction, I do a pre-assessment for students on all the standards we're going to try to achieve during that unit. It's given as a test form, so they just put down what they know. Lots of kids circle or put question marks if they don't know, which is expected on a 5th grade level test without me teaching ahead of time. But they also do their own reflection, so they get to let me know, just kind of looking at the standards written in kid-friendly form, whether or not they feel they can do it with my support, without support, or they have no idea what it's being asked. And we do that by unit and by standard within the unit. So we can kind of break it down, because some kids have strengths and weaknesses within a unit of study. So they might need support in one spot, but they might need maybe some challenge in the next standard. So we do it as an example. That's how we would do it for math. It works similarly in writing and in reading. So the pretest becomes really important in that, so we can really kind of get to see where are the holes, so to speak, in knowledge of our students, or where can we meet them so we can have them achieve their best. So there is a model called Universal Design for Learning, which means that we offer multiple ways for students to show their understanding and to learn the content. So that's one way that we differentiate for students or meet every student's needs. There are other models like stations where kids are grouped either by ability or by topic and how they told us they felt about the topic. And then they rotate together for that instructional time. And when they're with me as the teacher, they would get more differentiated instruction. So maybe I'll have a group that needs a challenge. I have a group that needs a reteach from yesterday, or I have a group that just needs to continue practicing. Meanwhile, the other stations are also differentiated for them. So for example, if they do freckle, one group might get a challenge on freckle versus the other group getting a reteach or just an extra continued practice. Absolutely. I've had, this is my 5th year at Island Park, I believe, 4th or 5th. And I would say each year I have a family that either opted not to go to a different school for the high cap program, or they maybe didn't qualify in every area. So math or reading tend to be the two that I get students who are above grade level, and they do need more of a challenge in class from me, and it is achievable. What I have found from those students is they enrich our discussion so much that it's hard to not have them in our classroom. And I do think they also learn a lot from other students and hearing how they process the learning target and how they've achieved it, especially in math, because there are so many different ways to get the same answer. So I've found a lot of students learning from each other a lot more, but it is achievable to differentiate for those students. And I would say, like you mentioned, we do it every year here at Island Park. It's just whether or not we notice which of those kids are high cap versus which ones are showing us on pretest that they've got a solid understanding of the knowledge.
Hey, I'm Chris Coughlin-Ray, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at West Mercer. I've been teaching in the district for about 12 years. My kids went to Mercer Island schools and graduated from Mercer Island schools. I graduated from Mercer Island schools forever ago. And so I have a little bit of history going. The first thing I do is every year I have a conference with parents at the very beginning of the year. I don't even start my class without talking to every parent and every student together. It's like a conference, basically. In fact, it's really similar to what they do with WAKids. And I find that helps me to really start to kind of wrap my head around what am I going to have to do to meet my kids who are struggling in writing? What am I going to have to do to meet my kids who are struggling in math? So I sort of have I have a big general idea of who's coming in. And then after I do a set of I might collaboratively do a set of assessments with the whole 5th grade team. We're really good about doing that, especially in math. And then we kind of get a bead on everybody. And then we look for rich tasks, which will allow kids to come in at a very low level, but exceed to a really high level. So it's called low entry, high ceiling. And what that does is every child then can approach the same problem at their level. So if I've got a pretty good idea of who's going to go in at a low level, I'm with them. I'm giving them instruction. I'm probably visiting with them more often. If I know who's probably going to run with this thing quite a ways, I've got tasks already set up for them that are at that high ceiling. So if they push my ceiling, I'm ready for them to go further. And a lot of that is built into project-based learning. A lot of that is built into knowing where I'm going with them, but giving them a huge parameter or paradigm that they can work within. Well, I think, first of all, by having a basic belief that they're already successful in something. I just don't know what it is yet, and I just need to find that. And one of the ways that I really believe, and I see it all the time in the professional world, is you parlay the skill that you have to get better in everything. So you take what you're good at and you use that to move yourself forward in everything else. So just because they have an IEP does not mean they are not successful in lots of other things, or that they cannot be successful in that. It just means they're working on something. So lots of times, again, it's language, and it's my belief and understanding that I convey to them that they're totally capable of doing this. They just need to look at themselves a little bit differently to understand that they are capable of it. I convey whatever the goal is. What's our big goal here? What are we working on? And it's on a schedule on the board, and it'll say writing. What are we doing in writing today? Well, we're working on introductions. Now they have no idea how I'm going to get them there, because it's not going to look like it did the day before, because maybe when I visited with 5 of them, they had no idea how to write an introduction, right? And now they're getting to the point where, this is the end of the year when we're doing this, they're getting to the point where they'll go, gee, I completely forgot how to do that, Mrs. Ray. Do you think we could go over that? And I go, yeah, absolutely. And so that drives my period with them. And I think that I don't know how many times a period I'm doing it, but I'm constantly looking to see who's there and who's almost there and who's like, out on the playground. And I've got to go, whoa, come on, and pull them back in again. And so I tell them the theme and the goal, and I let them design the path, because they're not all going to get there on the same day. And so that's where the flex comes in. And so sometimes I'm walking over here with this little guy who really needs, say for writing, they'll come to me with some of them writing 4 pages, and it's absolutely beautiful. And I have to take them to a collegiate level. Some of these guys are there. And then they'll come, the same class, one guy will come to me and he'll have 1 word down. And I'll go, okay, we're going to be starting right here with a topic sentence with you. So, that's the typical period.
Yeah, and that's your reality every year, is you have that,
yeah.
right? Of children.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, that's not every year, that's every, it's always. Even when I taught high cap, they came in with that same huge difference in their abilities. And so you've got to start down here with some of them and up here with others.
So first, I just want to thank Julie for putting that together. And
I want to reintroduce myself.
thanks, Andrews, and the teachers for doing that. It was hard to whittle it down to those bits. But you heard Chris at the end, I think, really sum up that bit about how kids in any classroom are at all levels. And I can say that when I taught within the highly capable program myself as a teacher at IMS, and I know what I see now as well. So I think our teachers are ready for this, and that's not necessarily their concern is how to do it, but getting the support to do it. So on to the next slide to talk a little bit more about how we are planning to kind of meet those needs. So Julie, do you want to share this bit?
Yes. So hi, first of all, I did talk in those interviews, although it appeared that I was just nodding my head because of editing. So I was a participant in those interviews, and I just want to glow for a second about our educators. It was so fun to talk to them. And if you would have seen the whole thing, you would have seen a lot of like this from me, right? So anyway, so I am the coach that people keep referring to, the integration and inclusion coach, and people are really interested to know how are we going to meet the diverse needs of all the students and how are we going to monitor progress. And two things that I get really excited about, and that might be why I'm in charge of slide 14, is professional development and data. And so for me, I really want to make sure that we're monitoring how are we measuring success and what does that look like, or hopefully not, but the opposite if it's not successful. So I'm really excited about the professional learning opportunities we have for teachers this year. It's going to be universal design for learning, and I'm an absolute fan and basically disciple, and differentiation, project-based learning, which is really exciting. And I can't wait for our teachers to dive into that even more. Inclusionary practices, Genius Hour, which a lot of people don't know about, but it's basically passion projects. And so kids get to decide something that they're excited about, and then they build their learning around something that makes them feel passionate and makes them want to learn more. And then curricular training. So we have a lot of instructional materials that we offer teachers, but we want to make sure that they know how to use them to best meet the needs of the kids that are coming into their classrooms. And then, like I said, I'm a data nerd. And so we use the Ames Web Plus Universal Screener. We use formative and summative classroom assessments, and we will continue to use those. We use the big ones, Smarter Balance and the Washington Comprehensive Assessment of Science. And then I'm really big on the formal and the informal data. So let's ask the stakeholders how it's going and what they think needs to be tweaked, changed to fit the needs of their kids, because we want to meet all learners where they're at, and we definitely want to involve the stakeholders.
Thanks, Julie. Sorry that I cut you out. You were amazing.
So what will change? Services will blend across the schools and classrooms rather than existing primarily in a dedicated space and place delivered by labeled staff members. Students who previously may not have qualified for a service will benefit because opportunities for support are not based on being in or out of a program or attaining a label. Educators will have opportunities to work with learners they previously had not because of either the student's or educator's label. And there'll be increased fluid design of services across highly capable, ELL, special education, and learning assistance.
So when we think about what will logistically change, we have our highly capable advisory committee that we actually brought together as a part of the recommendations from that review that we spoke about earlier. And in our first go, Jamie led that group to modify their previous assessment and identification process. So we are moving to a multiple phase identification process, which has actually just happened, the first start of. And so students took the Torrance test of creative thinking. That was the first test. And then also the COGAT as well. the typical verbal, nonverbal, and quantitative components. And then phase 2 will come after that. So we'll convene a multidisciplinary committee after we get the scores back from the first 2 assessments. And then that multidisciplinary committee will review the data for determining what is our next step, who should take that next phase 2 assessment. And so in phase 2 assessment, we are continuing with our Iowa reading and math. And then the team also felt that it was important to add science. Science has been a part of the middle school program for highly capable and is all inclusive at the elementary. So in thinking about making sure that we are opening up opportunities for kids, we want to screen them in that area as well. So we've added that there. And then only 3rd grade will be changing going into next year, 21-22. So that's the only grade level that we're looking to change.
On the special services side, really not much will change in this next year. The big change is the language we're using. So we're going to be talking about services, not programs. So you're not going to hear that we have students in a PLP classroom or with a PLP teacher or a Compass classroom. So it's really talking about what services does the student need? Do they need adaptive services, social skills services, reading and writing services? So it's about language and just that continued thoughtfulness and effort to provide students with the least restrictive environment for their learning.
Can I ask a question about the identification?
Sure.
Why does the assessment matter if all students will have access to the services?
That is a great clarifying question. So the state of Washington still hasn't changed its legislation around K-12 highly capable services. So as a result of that, we are required to assess students for their identification as a highly capable learner. So we'll still be undergoing that process. And then aside from that, all of that data, whether or not a student has been identified, helps support us in determining what are the things we should support the children with. And in particular, I'm really excited to see the results of the creative thinking assessment because that is one of our new assessments that we're looking at the data for. So all of that will inform our instruction and making next steps, but ultimately we still need to assess based on the legislation.
There we go. I also think it's important to really remember that identification process can be really important as our teachers are planning, preparing, as Nova said, wherever they are. So our ELL, or students receiving ELL services, they too, that identification process is important because when we go to think about grouping students or individual needs, we always want to be have a critical eye on those services that they need. So it's not just about that compliance piece, although that is a major part of ours, but it's also about being very strategic in instructional design. Thanks, Andrews.
We can go to the next slide. Fred, I believe this one was you.
I think it's Joanne.
It's mine. Sorry, I unmute myself. So what will change? So as a system, there'll be increased access to general education. As a system, there'll be blending of funding resources. Instead of ELL money going straight to ELL, we'll be looking at how that person is serving students, and we'll be looking at the back end of that. We'll be using our resources more efficiently. We'll be providing equitable access to all students, attendance at the neighborhood school, and becoming a school community in alignment with our values, our vision, and our mission. So as these things, some of these things do change, we will be increasing our communications and be working with the community in some additional learnings. And I'm already now 2 slides ahead, Andrews. Oh, did I miss one? So communication and community. Oh, I missed one. Sorry.
So the
Nova.
so what will not change going into next year is that our service delivery model for grades 4 through 12 is not going to change. So we have no intention of changing that going into next year. Again, as Fred alluded to earlier, going slow to go fast. We really want to make sure that we do refine this process and practice so that we can ensure that we can support not only the staff, but ultimately the students who are going to be impacted by these changes. So that is our ultimate goal. And so we aren't making any big changes. We're just going for one grade at a time to make it effective.
Right. And IEP teams will still be making IEP team decisions. Through this process, no student's IEP is being changed. No student is being moved into gen ed any more than they already are. The IEP team includes the gen ed teacher, includes the special ed teacher, includes the parents. Those decisions will remain. Students with disabilities will continue to receive the services and supports determined by the team. Those are team decisions. Those will continue to happen. And we will ensure time and supports are prioritized over the desire to place students more in the gen ed setting. So again, it is a team decision. So as we look at that, we'll be increasing our communications and working on some additional webinars for community learning. Part of that will be updated, the changes didn't get made. An updated highly capable web page as well as the special services web page. That should happen before the end of the school year. There'll be ongoing communication with families of third grade students, as well as all families with students with special needs. We are planning and will continue to plan more parent and community webinars with the staff and experts in the field. We've talked about inclusive schools and then we have Katie Novak as part of those resources that have been available to us as part of the Inclusionary Practices Grant. And then we'll be developing more resources and access for families to understand what this is and what it is not as we move forward. Fred?
As we kind of wrap up, and then we'll take questions. As far as certainly some of the criticisms and wonderings about including parent voice, including that, to the extent that others haven't felt as part of that process, that I, as a leader in the organization and someone who values input and participation, that certainly wasn't the intention, though I realize the impact, and some of our stakeholders have shared that with me in emails, and some of you showed up to the board meeting tonight, and can't thank you enough, because that's going to make our organization better, especially as we think back to our values, vision, and mission. Ultimately, we share that same interest that you have, and we know that's why you continue to email us or even come to these meetings, is you want the very best for these students. And some of us live in the community and some of us commute here, but we are all bound by that desire to make sure that our students receive the very best opportunities they can to thrive. And so regardless of the services that they receive, any changes that we make are never about diminishing or taking away. It's about adding on to. And I really think that as we continue to convey some of this information and try to engage with stakeholders, I'm hopeful that we continue to come back to a common ground and don't see this as an adversarial thing, but really a benefit for our students. As I said earlier, I agree we have to start small. We can't make full-scale changes that we're going to see and hope for in 5 years in year one. Year one is about those incremental gains, and we've been fortunate to write a number of grants both through the state, through the OSPI, as well as other state agencies such as WASA. We've received that extra funding so we can partner directly with some of the great experts in this field. We've talked with Inclusive Schooling, and they provided some materials, and they're going to continue to partner with us. We were part of their Inclusive Schooling Equity Conference last week. We have Katie Novak, who is going to be continuing to work directly with us. We're going to have coaching for principals. We're going to have professional development for our principals. We'll have it for our educators in the classroom. We have parent educator trainings as well that will be part of this. So it really is a robust and comprehensive process that's going to take time to impact every student. But if we can start small now with third grade for highly capable service changes, not changes in terms of expectation, but changes in terms of delivery of those services. And if we're thinking about our special services in new and creative ways, there's a benefit for all students. So rooting back to our values, we hear you. You need more communication and you want to partner with us. Our PTAs, our schools foundation, our parents whose children have received all of these services, that is our commitment to continue to get better at that and not have people feel like they're left behind. So with that, I'll open it up to questions from the board.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who presented and to the teachers that were in the videos. That was super helpful. It's very helpful to hear some of the details and kind of the thinking that's going on behind this. I really want to encourage you to keep those communication channels open and to not think of it as sort of like a one-time thing, like communicating out and then not necessarily hearing much back. I think that for people to have a comfort level with this process of making this shift, and it is a shift, they're going to need to feel like they have a way to make their voices heard and a way to advocate for their kids if their kids aren't getting what they need, you know? So I just, something to think about as we head into the summer. And I realize there's still a lot going on with just even screeching to the end of this school year, right? But just something to think about, like some kind of mechanism or forum, or whether it's surveys or whether it's, you know, student representatives. Like we already, to the student representative report that we got tonight was so helpful as like eyes, 4 eyes in the schools, you know, even if not physically right now, telling us sort of, you know, the kids' eye view of what's going on. Like, I hope that we can kind of sustain that level of communication from the kids who will be experiencing a new approach to teaching and learning next year. So thank you.
Just jump. Want to go?
Sure. I'll echo my thanks as well on this, and I think this helps with some clarity. Some questions. I'll start with 2. ELL. I'm curious. What does that look like in this new model? Today, we have separate classrooms for ELL students. What does it mean in the new model? How are ELL students identified? How do they get the extra help they need? Is it available throughout all subjects, or is it special pullout? That would be one example around that. And then my second question will be around highly capable students. I think sometimes we confuse, highly capable, we think they're completely independent learners. And that's not always the case. I mean, highly capable students still need a teacher, still need help from a teacher, maybe at an accelerated level, or a teacher who understands how they think and how they work and can deliver information to them at the way they need it delivered. So, some of the discussion seems to suggest highly capable students were independent learners, and I don't think that's the case. That's kind of related to the ELL question as well. How do they get services unique to that student? So I'll stop with those 2, and whoever needs to answer, please help me. Thank you.
Can I jump in with a suggestion? And unless it's a simple answer, which it might be, it's 8 o'clock. We haven't actually gotten to our main agenda yet. And I'm just wondering, I think that will be a great topic to explore, like at our next, in more detail at our next. So if I'm off base on that, just say so. But, I've got a couple things that I would love to kind of delve in deeper to that I'm going to propose tonight. And then to be answered at a later date. So I'm wondering how you feel about those questions, unless you guys have really simple answers for them.
We probably don't have simple answers to those, except the ELL component just quickly. Nova, jump in if I don't capture it correctly. ELL is an example of something where we are already setting the pace on this. We completely went away from a center-based model at Island Park about 6 or 7 years ago. And instead of having all of the students who qualified in elementary for those services have to go to Island Park if they wanted to receive them, we moved all of those services to each individual elementary school. And so now K-12 students aren't moving schools and in our elementary, but rather we're bringing those services to them. And we have teachers who actually rotate through buildings. Sometimes they might be pulling students out because they really need to focus on specific skills. At other times, they're pushing into the classroom. At other times, they're providing professional development to teachers to provide it in the classroom. So I think ELL, if there's a model that's already setting the pace for what we're envisioning for inclusionary practices, they're already working on this. For the other component, I think that can be part of what we come back to and continue to provide updates, not only to the board, but also to our community at large through the webinars and other opportunities. So I'll keep that other question written down.
A couple of questions. Yeah, like you, Deborah, I was, and David, I was really excited to see the teachers and how they're approaching this. And as an educator myself, I totally get it. I agree with the philosophy and the direction that this is going towards. I love that we're always continuously improving and staying on the front end of this. And, you know, because currently I'm teaching like 18-year-olds running start and 50-year-old veterans, right, who haven't taken a class in like 20 years. And sometimes an international student. So David, I was an ELL student in Idaho, so there was no services. And so it's kind of like, you know, I was pulled out. So I live it, I teach it. So I totally understand where we're going. But with all that being said, also, I also see you know, with the parents writing in with their concerns, they have very legitimate implementation concerns, right? Because as we're testing this out, is there kids that are really being impacted? And so I just want to acknowledge the parents' concerns, and I am glad that we're talking about doing more deep dives into answering this, and then making sure that our parents are coming along with us on this, because they are also supporting their kids at home. Whatever we teach at school, they're going to have to support it at home. So we have to have this communication and this partnership. But there's also a point of when I think of highly capable, and please tell me if I'm wrong, I feel like highly capable that are accelerated learners who may do well in a typical classroom where teachers lecture and, you know, kids do whatever, right? But I love the project. I wish, you know, and so if we're training all of our teachers to do more project-based to really differentiate, that is really going to increase our general population, our general kind of what we, you know, our typical, maybe that 80% of learners. I love that idea, right? And how we put all this development in there. So when I think of highly capable, I think of those who are accelerated learners would do well and in the general classroom. But I also think when I think of highly capable, there are also kids who, the way that they see the world, the way that they learn is totally different, right? So there's a lot of terminologies. I'm not gonna, like, again, label them, but for those students, right, how, you know, as all the things that we identify in our reviews that wasn't working, right? Like, so just gonna come up with a couple of things like, you know, we focused on behavioral support, right? Where teachers weren't feel capable of addressing all the needs, and, you know, their SEL needs weren't met. So now those type of students, if they're coming into a general education classroom, how do we ensure that those things are actually amplified, right? And that they will continue to get those services. And so I want us to really stay close to the result of the data to serve highly capable, because we are benefiting the other students. And so as we are sometimes it's kind of get murky on like, are we really changing the highly capable, or are we really going towards an effort to increase the whole school district for all? So I just really want us to be close with kind of our intention. And another thing that I want us to think about is really make sure that we have a robust evaluation system, so that it is not, every 2 years, every year, but really check in, every other month to see how parents are doing, to see how kids are doing, so that, we can pivot and that we can adapt as we move along with this. But I just want to say that, we need to make sure that we do our due diligence to also educate and get parent support along in this journey.
Tam, is there anything in that? Well, thank you for your comments. Is there anything in that is this kind of for next agenda, or is there something that you want answered right now?
I would like to form my next I don't need questions answered right now because I know it's nice, but I would like to think about especially not the accelerated learners, because I think teachers can easily differentiate, but then really for the highly capable students who do need a different type of classroom, right? In like a different, we're really fundamentally changing classroom teaching style, right? And so I just want to make sure that they still get the services that they need in order to thrive.
Okay, thanks. Is there a quick answer from anyone in learning services, or just notes for next?
I think we have some notes there. I just want to acknowledge that our students who may qualify for special services, whether or not that's OT, PT, SLP, adaptive skills, they qualify in certain areas, and there are certainly things we need to do to meet their needs. We have students who qualify for highly capable, and those truly, whether or not it's gifted and talented, or talented and gifted, or whatever labels we have, there are some unique needs that those students have as well, and this is an acknowledgement that still exists, and we still need to meet those needs as well. And so I wanted to be definitely clear that there are unique needs that a student may have there, and that's why that assessment process is important, so that we continue to keep our eye on that.
Okay, thank you. Brian, you want to go next, or you want me to go next?
I'll just share briefly a couple things. One, I feel really privileged in the sense that I kind of had a front row seat to one of our guest speakers tonight. As a volunteer room parent and art docent in her classroom, I've seen this in action, and how these practices really impact the lives of all the students. So I feel like I have got a little personal front row seat for a year to how this can work out. I wanted to share just a quote from Eddie S. Cloud Jr., who was a speaker at the NSBA conference here just about a week ago. He said, "It's not enough to dream the dreams, but we must equip our students with the means to create their future through a relentless critique of class and privilege." So I just want to congratulate the district for their relentless critique of our systems and ensuring that every child, regardless of race, characteristic, or circumstance, is given the resources and the supports and the tools they need to create their future. This is a step that moves us in the right direction, I firmly believe. And from a system, when we speak specifically to the highly capable system, that is only funded at 5% of your overall population, in order to use that small amount of money and those extraordinary levies and additional funds that we receive in our district each year to enrich the lives of our students, to be able to really apply that and leverage that money and those resources to impact the lives of every student, I think is really important. And that is an embodiment of equity and justice. So thank you for continuing the work and moving forward. I trust that you will do it with transparency and accountability, and that you will ensure that voices are heard.
Okay, thanks, Brian. So I just have some like longer term questions, so nothing needs to be answered tonight. Some are consistent with what's been asked. I guess I'm wondering if there's been conversation about my concern. First of all, I'm 100% in support of this. I've been privileged to be part of the inclusionary practices group from the beginning and have watched, seen a lot of examples and teaching. And I'm really excited about this change for all of our students. For years, we've been hearing, people want to be in the HiCap program because of the project-based learning. And then the next question is, well, then why can't all kids receive project-based learning? So I think this is such a tremendous opportunity for all of our students to receive what we know are some of the most effective teaching tools. And it's not surprising that Marketplace is now done in most, if not all, of the 4th grade classes. I can't remember what grade it was, but anyways, and the 5th, 3rd, I don't know. Anyways, it's done across the board now. Like all these positive things are happening. And I think that's a perfect example of what's happening here. So that being said, I'm wondering if there has been thought of like I think it was Tam that said in terms of, kind of meeting every 2 months and making sure, especially with next year with the changing program, making sure that kids are getting the supports that they need, the social emotional supports, as well as the academic supports who have been identified as highly capable. And I'm wondering if there's been talk of having a meeting like an IEP meeting for the highly capable kids to make sure that their learning is on track. And it's not something that I would necessarily propose for classroom teachers, depending on how many students they have in their classroom who are identified as such, because I know how much work IEP meetings are. I'm just looking for ways to make sure that we don't lose kids, who aren't speaking up and who aren't obviously struggling. My next question is, and if you guys have ideas in another way, like that's fine. That's just kind of popped in my head. My next question, I'm using labels because I think it best, I don't like the way I'm asking this question, but I think it best expresses what I'm trying for it to be explained to. So the question I wrote down is how is a HiCap kid different / the same as a smart kid? And how, to me, that's huge. And if you guys could kind of address that in what those needs are like in future presentations, that would be awesome. And then my last question is, will the assessments, whether it's the qualification for HiCap as well as yearly assessments, include assessments regarding social emotional learning? So like what Tam said, well, we know that there's specific needs for social emotional needs for lots of kids who qualify as highly capable. How do we know that those needs are being met in their classroom? I mean, that's assuming that they've always been met in their HiCap classroom, but is there going to be an assessment process to make sure that we're meeting those needs as well as their academic needs? So those are kind of my questions moving forward. Thank you so much for this presentation. At least for me, it was tremendously helpful to just see just all parts of it. And I love that, Julia, I know you're a Mercer Island grad too, right? And so just to see, I don't know, I love it. Clearly Mercer Island School District's doing something right when we have these amazing people returning to educate our kids. So thank you.
I just wanted to throw one more question into the hopper for next time or for future discussions, which is the question that I've had from neighborhood people just wanting to chat with me about this topic, which is, has there been or would there be any consideration of piloting this shift at one school first, or piloting it in like one program first to try and work out the kinks before spreading it district wide? And we don't really have time for an answer tonight, so that's just something that I'd love to hear addressed at some future discussion. Thank you.
Okay, If there's other thoughts, concern, and certainly from community members, the feedback, like Dr. Rundle said, feedback is invaluable. It keeps us honest and it keeps us on our toes. And we need that perspective. So please continue to contribute. You're not always going to receive a specific response, but please know that the ideas and concerns are always evaluated and considered and consistently addressed in meetings. So Dr. Rundle, is there any, oh, Tam?
Since we're throwing out questions, let me throw out another one.
Yeah.
So, because Maggie Tai said pilot, and it makes me think, have we considered, you know, because because like I said, it's all in the implementation, and it sounds like we're making change and also supporting teachers at the same time. But I would like to hear kind of an overall district plan to really, what is the training development plan for all teachers as we're moving through this, right? And so has there been, you know, as we're talking about pilots, have we considered doing a year of just educating, getting teachers ready, and then move to it? So Maggie Tai, you made me think of that. So I'm gonna throw that out.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Dr. Rundle? If you're talking, we can't.
There we go.
Okay.
No, I appreciate the time that the board has given us tonight and given me to provide many updates. I know that this probably went longer than normal, but we tried to cover a lot of territory and culminating in this. So I know that the Learning Services team, who is fully supported by HR, business, maintenance and operations, you know, we're all here to serve the schools. And that's where the magic happens, is in the classrooms, and being in a school today reminds me of that. And so everything we do is in service of those schools and ultimately in service of the students. So our educators will continue to receive the very best support we can provide so they can be at their best for these students. So appreciate the time tonight, and that finishes the superintendent report.
Thank you so much. 8:20, need a break? Yeah, okay. Break, 8:30. I mean, we'll resume in 11 minutes. Is that enough time? Okay, so we are in recess until 8:30. Thanks again, everyone. We just need our fearless leaders on. Glad someone thinks I'm funny. There they are. Okay, 8:30, we're going. We still have a lot to do, so let's keep moving. Next up, we have 3A, Board Policy 1800 OE11, Facilities and Capital Assets, approval of study and survey report and related resolution number 696 and 697.
Great. All right, so I want to bring in Brandy Fox to present these two resolutions. We have 4 for you tonight, so 696 and 697. They all tie back to the tremendous work that we engaged in with Malum, as well as other work that we continue to do to keep us in compliance. Brandy.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Rundle. I know you've had a long evening and you still have a long evening to go. And this is a very long study and survey, so I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible. I believe that Superintendent Koloski provided a link to this study and survey a few weeks ago so that you had some opportunity to read it. I'm not going to try and go through it. Happy to answer any questions that you have. Just a brief explanation. The district approved the long-range facilities plan as prepared by Malum and the community group back in December of 2020. And this document is really a follow-on to that. OSPI requires that the information be presented in a particular format.
Sorry.
It's okay. OSPI requires that this information be presented in this particular format in order for the district to be eligible for school construction assistance program. So the funding that OSPI provides for capital projects. And while Mercer Island is not eligible for any funding until 2025, for the elementary schools, 2025 for IMS, some portions of IMS, and then the elementaries in 2026 and the portions of the high school in 2027. We wanted to capitalize on the good work of the long range facilities plan and go ahead and get this updated and into OSPI. It's also a wonderful snapshot in time of where the district sits and will provide a great planning tool as things move forward. The real meat of the study and survey is in chapter 1, and that provides a very in-depth analysis of each one of the school sites. Provides their building condition assessment score, which we've reviewed in the past, talks about learning deficiencies or facility deficiencies that are affecting learning, physical issues within the buildings. And then chapters 2 through 12 are more procedural for OSPI, but also provide kind of a wealth of information. Some of it was included in the long range facilities plan, like enrollment information, and it's duplicated again here. So any questions or thoughts about the 237 pages? I learned things about your district, and I've worked for you for over 25 years. As we put this together, so it's a lot of information. I would note in the 2 resolutions, Ty will need to make a correction on the study and survey approval. It notes that the study and survey was reviewed on December 3rd, and that was actually the long range facilities plan. So I think that could just be hand marked out with the date of tonight and would be sufficient for OSPI. The second resolution, the survey of adjacent districts, one of the things that OSPI requires is that you send a letter to all bordering districts and request if there is space available in the next 6 years. All 3 districts replied back and said there was no space available, so it's just the board's acknowledgement of that.
Any questions or comments?
echoing my thanks, Brandy, for your work on this as always. And it looks good. Could I make a motion for the board to approve resolution 696?
You may.
Second.
Any discussion on resolution 696? Hearing none, please indicate approval by saying aye in some way.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Resolution 696 is approved by a vote of 5-0.
And I move we approve resolution 697 as amended, to change the date to today's date.
Seconded.
Any further discussion? The motion is to approve the amended resolution number 697. Please indicate support by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. Any abstentions? That motion passes. Resolution number 697 with the amended date is approved by a vote of 5-0. I think we already lost Brandy, but thank you so much for all of your work in that. Brian?
Do we also still need to approve the study and survey report?
I don't.
You already accepted that and approved that one in a previous board meeting, so we don't need to accept that.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to board policy 1800 OE7, financial administration quarterly budget update and COVID impacts.
Great, thank you. Ty and I have been talking quite a bit about the quarterly budget update, and then it also goes back to conversations Superintendent Koloski, Aaron, Ty, and I have been having. And so Ty's going to present a quarterly update, and the bend that he's going to put on it tonight is really in the context of fund balance and how it impacts fund balance, both short and long term. So with that, Ty, I'll turn it over to you.
Got me? Okay. So tonight we're looking at the period ending March 30th. Need to find the right space. So I'm touching mine. Okay. Find the period ending March 30th first. March 31st, 2021. So we've had the majority of the school year have significant data up to this. And we're looking at essentially revisiting where we are in our decision-making process, where things are going. We're gonna switch microphone a little bit. That one's a little fun. So some of the key points that we need to be making is the reserve. As Acting Superintendent Michael mentioned, tonight we're talking a lot more about the fund balance and where we feel we are going with the fund balance. And just as a reminder that, and as we mentioned before the meeting today, we brought to the board our concerns earlier in the year about the enrollment shortfall, the revenue shortfall, and our need to keep staffing consistent to ensure services, and because we had already made those commitments to the staff members in the community that we would be at this specific model. And as such, the board made a decision to continue as we were and to eat into our reserves. So, yeah. Next slide, please. All right. So one of the things that we need to be taking a look at is the revenues declining. And we're going to be taking a look at some of the comparatives between revenues and expenditures in the current year from the last several years. Over the last few updates, we've looked at where we were according to the budget and where we were according to how we were moving into the year, what we were thinking about for the year. And I realized that that's not necessarily the best metric that we need to be looking at, or the most complete telling of the story. And so by looking more at how we are spending and receiving revenues year over year over year versus current, helps us understand a little bit better where we're going and where we're coming into. And as a reminder, as we're looking at how we're spending 86% of our, well, greater than 80%, but 86% of our staff, of our expenditures for staff costs, benefits related to staffing. And while it's true that we are not spending as much as we have budgeted this year because of the various activities, we're still fairly consistent with where we've been in the last year. We'll get to that slide for that, but we are trending below what we have projected. So we will be looking at the models, the forecasting models that we've been using over the next couple of weeks, since we've got a significant amount of data behind us now, and we only have a few more weeks within the academic year. We'll be taking a look at how we rebalance the model to make sure that we've got good, solid data. So if you can next slide. And as a reminder, April is the first levy collection month of 2020. So as we're looking at fund balance starts, it starts sloping down over the first months of the calendar year, and then it takes a big spike up. That big spike is our levy collection. And as it follows the trends as we've seen. As we've gone into the March and closing the books for March, as we're looking at where we're going to be projecting out further into the year, March ended less than what we have been projecting the last few months. And so there's certain timing issues with state funding. When they rebalanced the formulas, we had been paid a certain amount, and the formula dictates that we get paid a certain percentage each month. And until we catch up to that percentage that we should have, they're going to hold on to the money. So there's some timing issues, but those are down in the weeds, and we can take care of those. And we'll see the funding in later months. As another key point, and as we've been talking about a lot tonight, the state budgets are still being negotiated, and we should be seeing those budgets within the next 48 hours, hopefully, so that we will be able to have a much clearer picture and understanding. I've been in 2 meetings this week talking about legislative updates and where our contacts in Olympia feel where we are headed in terms of budgets and the bills that are being proposed. So hopefully we'll be seeing some more concrete information. So next slide. As I mentioned earlier, looking at where we are projecting our revenues and where we're actually getting our revenues is part of the story. We are, as we mentioned before, due to our enrollment loss, we're significantly below our state funding, and we're also a little bit below where we are in our local funding. As we go on to the next slide now, we can talk a little bit more about that and see some more key points. The local revenues, it's important to monitor them because as we're looking at the totality of our funding, they do provide a good chunk, but it's not the key driver. They're not the key drivers of fund balance or activity levels. And while it is dropped significantly over the last, you can see it kind of stepped down from 1920 to 2021. That's really based on things like our lunch services and donations from pregnancy to date. We haven't received a lot of the foundation dollars or booster dollars or PTA dollars for a lot of activities that we've seen in the past. And again, that's year to date. So as we're ramping up things like spring sports, winter sports, we're seeing those booster donations and PTA donations starting to see a lot more activity with foundation grants as we're spending more time in the building, providing more in-person activities for the students. So that should take up slightly over the next few months. When we look at expenditures, and this is one of the more important slides and one of the more important perspectives. And when I was talking about how, any questions on revenue so far? Just take a step back. Is there any questions about revenues? All right. So switching ahead back to expenditures, I realized that we're only telling part of the story when we're looking at where we are budgeted for the year versus where we are over a year or years. And I think it's interesting and important to know that these are based kind of on what we call the object code. What do we spend the dollars on? Do we spend them on staff or supplies or purchase services or travel? And as you can see, the certificated salaries and employee benefits are up slightly over the last year to this point. And one of the reasons why is we have a lot of staff, especially for the employee benefits category, we have a lot of staff that are on leave. And we're still paying for a good chunk of their benefits. And so that's one of the things that we need to consider. But we also can see that some of these year-over-year increases are offset by we haven't spent as much on supplies. We haven't really cut back on purchase service this year. So we are seeing some natural savings, but it's important to remember that we are a people-driven system. And those people-driven costs are pretty consistent over time. And so as we are moving forward through the rest of the year, it's really cold in here. As we're moving through the year, we're going to see those salary costs be fairly consistent. So what we're really looking in terms of savings is where we're going to be holding tight on salaries and purchase services and other items as well. All right, so if we go down to okay, I'm sorry. These microphones and masks. All right, as we're looking at the fund balance, we're staying fairly consistent with the model. We have taken down ever so slightly, and again, that's an issue of timing of services. As I mentioned, the state dollars are dependent on the model of percentage of completion, where we are in the year versus how much they've given so far. Another thing that we need to consider is that we just started paying coaches in March. So there's a fairly substantial outlay for some of our athletic expenditures in March as well. So we are staying fairly consistent. And as I mentioned, we're going to be taking a much deeper dive into the model, seeing how accurate the last few months are. So when we bring back the report next month, when we close in April, we're going to be having we're going to narrow that cone of potential variability at the end of the year down. So we'll be seeing what we're looking at. Any questions so far? All right. Now, as we mentioned tonight, we're talking a little bit more about fund balance. We do have concerns. This is a concern for all of us. And our concerns are really more focused on, we're reaching to the point where we are needing to start monitoring our spending much more tightly, much more closely, and where we're going. So we're reaching the end of the year, and normally this is where we need to start making some more specific decisions about, do we have enough to take on these specific programs over the summer? It's going to get much tighter, and we're going to have much more interesting conversations as we move into the summer months about adoptions, curriculum adoptions, special programs, and whatnot. And right now, as we're looking at the model, I am seeing some concern over our ability to maintain cash flows towards the end of the fiscal year. So we will continue to be monitoring that, and that's part of the reason why we're going to be taking a much deeper look at the model, is to make sure that we will be able to forecast and take a look at what actions we need to take as we get closer to the fiscal year, July and August. There is hope. There's always hope. And our hopes are that the legislature will come back with a budget stabilization bill that will be sufficient for our needs. And that will really give us a lot more flexibility in terms of what we're doing, what we're looking at, that the funding will be, that we'll be able to become more agile through that fund. We will be looking at a much larger than anticipated safety net. We've had some kiddos that have had some very specific and special needs this year. So over the last few years, we budgeted about $500,000. We're looking probably closer to $700,000 by the time that we're done with the fiscal year. So we'll have a little bit extra there. FEMA dollars as well. We've submitted, we're about 95% complete with our FEMA application. That's going to be submitted in the next month or two. So we could be looking at about another $2,000, $3,000. So there are a few things that we're working on that still have some variability, still some potential to be a potential towards the end. Any questions at this point?
Where do ESSER dollars fall?
So ESSER dollars are a reimbursement process. So since we are planning to use ESSER 2 to help support the summer school program, we'll be spending the dollars over the summer and claiming those dollars in August or September, depending on when we're able to really close that out. So we would see potentially the first distribution of ESSER 2s, ESSER $2 at the end of the fiscal year. So there's also, that's also potential reimbursement and savings. All right, so just key takeaways, since we've already talked about state funding a lot tonight. Our fund balance is trending slightly lower than we've been projecting the last couple of months. April is our levy collection month. We're going to get a big chunk of cash, so we'll be rebounding just like the trend. Our expenditures are outpacing our revenues at a slightly faster than anticipated pace. And we're going to continue to watch that, and we're still waiting for the legislature to finish these negotiations, and really hoping that we can get some of these key provisions squared away. So, any final questions? Okay, thank you very much.
If I can, just to throw in a thank you for the overview and keeping close track. In projecting budgets, there's always the hope that you land the plane on fumes and really just bring it in there. But I don't think anybody ever wanted to white knuckle it quite like this. So thank you for keeping a close eye on that and keeping us informed.
Any other questions, comments? I agree with Brian's thing, and this is a little bit nerve-wracking, but I imagine it's costing you some sleep. But we're all hopeful that things are gonna, at least we're all the districts, at least on the east side, I know, are in the same boat. So this is, there's no action on this. Right?
No action needed.
No action. Okay. Any last chances for questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much for that. Next.
Before we move to that, credit where credit's due. Actually, Director Jeannie Upton was correct on 3A. The survey is a different document. In December, you approved the long-range facilities master plan. While this contains components of that, the study and survey is different. So we do need a motion to approve that as well. I apologize.
Okay, well, Director Janini Upton keeps us all on our toes, so we appreciate that. Do you have a motion to make?
I move that we approve the study and survey report as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Brian loves to be right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? The MISD study and survey report is approved by a vote of 5-0. Thank you so much. Moving on to, okay, sorry, track 3C, Board Policy 1800 OE7, Financial Administration Reduced Educational Support Program, Resolution number 694. This is a third reading.
Thank you. This is a third reading. We're bringing back today a reduction in force resolution specific to the MIEA represented classified staff for reasons that were identified previously. I'll put it closer to my mouth. For reasons identified previously, you approved at the last meeting a reduction in force for both the MIE represented certificated staff and non-represented classified staff. This is for represented classified staff. And if you look at attached Exhibit A, it addresses the corrections that were needed in the last draft. And so instead of saying 4 hours per week, it's 4 hours per day at both line item number 2 and line item number 3, which are the 2 administrative assistant positions. One's administrative assistant 1 and 2, category 23. The other is administrative assistant SRC, category 24. The 2 locations, one's at the central office and one is the maintenance and operation and transportation building. Another change that you'll notice here is that the last reading, there was a proposal that the reductions for the MIEA represented classified staff occur effective June 30th, 2021, which would be in the middle of their staff members impacted letters of assignment. We have removed that because we have been able to adjust some of our spending and we recoup savings, and we are going to continue those classified staff letters of assignment through this year. So these impacts or reductions will occur beginning the next academic year or their next letter of assignment. I think it's important to note, I know there was some concern here looking at the 40 hours per week at Mercer Island High School and really wondering how that school would function with one of those key and important secretaries and supports, administrative supports being missing from the school. I want to emphasize that we value all of our classified staff and we do care about the people impacted by these reductions. And the high school administration is very mindful and is seeking to take that 40 hours and spread it across the multiple staff members. So the impacts look more like 15 to 30 minutes a day for multiple staff members versus one entire person being without employment. The administrative assistant position at maintenance operations, we're thankful that we will be able to, because of seniority, that person will still have the opportunity to continue in full-time employment in the district, but just at 2 different categories. That's not to say that the staff member will not be impacted, because the other category that staff member has seniority in is a lower paying category that occurs at different days. So I think it's important when we look at these reductions that all of these numbers, all of these hours are people, and that it's painful. And then again, I want to reiterate that it's hard on our system. We would rather not be making these reductions, but we make them because we know having a healthy budget and being in the black, so to speak, is what's essential for the proper functioning and serving of our students. But we've worked very hard to try to retain as many staff as possible, even if at slightly decreased rates, so that we can continue our serving our students as best we can, given budgetary constraints, and because we want to try to keep our employees as whole as possible. Are there any questions about this particular provision or resolution?
I just want to say thank you for making that change. I think it's important for, I mean, to remember that they are people. It is people. Hours are people, and it does impact them. And as people make their plans, you know, within the contract period, that you know, if someone needs to pick up, you know, something else, it's beyond the contract period. So thank you for that. I think that was a good call. Any other questions or comments? Any motions?
I motion that we adopt resolution number 694.
Second.
Any further discussion? The motion is to approve MIA classified RIF resolution 694. Indicate approval by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Resolution 694 is approved by a vote of 5-0. Next up, we have Board Policy 2418, waiver of high school graduation credit, resolution number 698 for emergency waiver of instructional hours.
Last year, about this time, actually it was a little later, we brought forward a resolution based on action taken by the State Board of Education, affirmed by OSPI, and it really gave you the opportunity to give us authority to exercise and take advantage of some abilities to waive some credits for students who were impacted by the pandemic last year, as well as waive some of the graduation requirements related to pathways. And so I want to bring in Nova Williams as well back to this conversation. This is something that she is continuously keeping her eyes and ears out for, particularly trying to make sure that all of our seniors are on target to graduate and following the pathways. She's working with counselors at the high school and also the administration team at the high school. I'd also be remiss not to thank that team at the high school for all of their dedication and hard work to be checking in on our seniors and being certain that they can meet the requirements necessary while not being penalized by COVID-19. And so, Nova, can you provide just a quick update on how did the resolution impact our graduates last year, and what do you anticipate this year should the board have the opportunity to approve this resolution?
Sure, yeah. It's sort of conflated with lots of different pieces of all of this, because we had requirements that were supposed to lapse during this time period that they reinstated as a part of all of the emergency waiver piece. So there's kind of a lot involved here, but there's sort of two elements. There's credits and assessment, or pathways as they're referred to now. So when we think about last year's students, there were a handful of credit waivers that were applied. Some of those credit waivers that were applied were typical waivers that we could have access to. But again, they've sort of been condensed into just sort of talking about all of them. And then assessment waivers, we had typical pathway waivers, lots and lots of those, like applying your ACT or SAT score for graduation in lieu of your Smarter Balanced or Washington Comprehensive Assessment of Science. And so they put those in there. The other one that we have used and leveraged in these last couple of years and will again this year is the locally determined assessment for students who are on IEPs. So we applied one of those last year, and I already know of one for this school year. So I speculate that the numbers will be pretty low again in terms of what we go out on a limb to do that's different from what we would ordinarily do.
And so this resolution, if passed, would give us the authority to exercise those same exact options for our graduates this year. So with that, we can open it up to questions.
Do we expect to provide this to graduates next year as well? And is there some sort of early communication that gets presented to graduates just to ease the stress on them? It seems very late to let them know.
Yeah, we feel similarly. Unfortunately, we had to wait for the State Board of Ed to make a decision on this and pass it, and then for the governor to sign it before we could take action on it. So there is a delay in that regard. My hope is, based on Rakedal's recent announcement about the state testing and not doing that this spring and planning to do it in the fall instead, that the State Board of Ed and OSPI will be working together to make some determinations about how this will impact students next year, because we know it will impact our students next year in both 11th and 12th grade, because for 2 years now we haven't had assessments. So we anticipate that. I don't know what it will look like yet because we haven't gotten any information.
Any other questions or comments? Looking for a motion.
I move we approve resolution 698
Seconded.
as presented.
Seconded.
Any further discussion? Motion is to approve 698, emergency waiver instructional hours. Indicate approval by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Resolution 698, emergency waiver of instructional hours, is approved by a vote of 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to 4A, full governance process monitoring. Board Policy 1800 OE1, Fundamental 4, Analytical Critical Thinking for Global Awareness, Selection of Indicators. This is a second reading.
All right, I think it's probably best to reset the table a little bit. We've visited this and then stepped away and visited and stepped away, and then we even postponed it from our last board meeting. And so what we're really looking at is that the monitoring that we would bring forward in the report in June. As we had typically talked about, we had thought that we would bring this forward in May. Because we have delayed it, we'll bring forward the monitoring report for you in June. So the task before the board tonight is to really settle in on the metrics that you want to see. And this obviously would be just for this year, and then we can always make the changes for your governance policy. We can always make changes down the road from there. So if Andrews, if you would, actually, you've already pulled it up, thank you. What we put together is just a quick overview to remind us of where we are. And so looking at the second slide there, I think one thing as I've gone back and reflected on previous board conversations, and Nova and I have thought through some things, is it's always important to remember the distinctions between fundamental 3, 4, and 5. And what Superintendent Kowalski really has worked in unison with you as a school board is to take the 7 fundamentals and move them down to 5. And in doing so, really think about 3, 4, and 5, and how can we condense, or the former 3, 4, 5, and 6, and how we can condense those down. And where you landed as a board with fundamental 3 is that's really about that SEL, that empathy, the social emotional learning, the decision making, and the citizenship. Fundamental 4 really gets into engaging students in the analytical and critical thinking and the global concerns. And then 5 gets into fostering and embracing diversity, inclusiveness, and equity. So that was your former 7. As we've listened to some of the conversations, I think the monitoring of 3 and 4 can certainly be kind of combined in some ways. And so some examples of that in Fundamental 3, if we go on to that next slide, Andrews, something that you had talked about as a board and one of you had mentioned is, what if we look at the PISA, the Program for International Student Assessment, and there's some metrics in there that we might be able to think about with related to things like, I sometimes try to understand my friends better by imagining how things might look from their perspective. And we were imagining that and trying to figure out how does that fit in 4, but that's really a Fundamental 3. Because if we think about Fundamental 3, that's really that empathy, that social and emotional learning. So another example of what we looked at was, well, maybe we should think about a question such as, do you have contact or connection with people from other countries or regions? And again, looking at the PISA and some of those components, that really then lends itself to Fundamental 5. So Nova and I have been doing some thinking and trying to figure out, where might we go from here? And so Nova had done some work, and we presented to you before some information about the Haas survey. So Nova, do you want to talk a little bit about our findings there, and unfortunately not finding what we were hoping for Fundamental 4?
Sure. So if you remember, I came last time and I just showed you some documents that had sample questions. So what I've done here is I've outlined them based on 2 of those 3 fundamentals. So if we look at Fundamental 3, these are seemingly some of the questions that might fit into that category if we're thinking about leveraging this as a monitoring tool. We are working with the company to get kind of a more explicit connection between each of their questions and our fundamentals. So we have asked them to do some of that work for us and have not circled back with all of the things that have been going on since. So planning to do that very soon. So these are some of those questions which we saw in the draft there, but you can just peruse those. But really thinking about that empathy and social emotional aspect there. Self-esteem and concerns for school and how they feel about school. Fundamental 4 was skipped, but apparently didn't get skipped in this one. There aren't any questions that we can see as of yet that might fit into that. So there may be more things that fit in there that aren't just in their sample questions that we had access to at the moment. So going on to Fundamental 5, diversity and inclusiveness and equity. You can see in this question that it really does focus on sort of different ways in which students identify themselves and then how they feel accepted or not in the system in which they exist as students. So there are several questions about that, and they sort of target a kind of a broader spectrum of things than what we have seen in some of our other surveys. So as Fred alluded to, in thinking about what is the right tool, I think that some of what we're looking at right now is thinking about, does the Haas survey provide us something that the asset does not? And then does the Haas provide us something that the EES does not? So thinking about maybe we consider, do we alternate things in an effort to try to get a greater exposure or understanding of what students' feelings are about school? And all of the different stakeholders that are involved in those variety of surveys. So thinking about making sure that we're finding the right tool that might help us. One of the things we really like about the Haas is that it has that social emotional aspect. This year we're using the Center for Educational Effectiveness Social Emotional Survey. And while I think it served its purpose in our system this year, I'm not sure that it's the right tool for us to continue with. But this tool provides us a great deal of depth, a greater depth really than that survey does when it comes to social emotional concerns for students. And then I think the big question is really, what do we need from our students, community, and staff in terms of information to ensure that our system is being effective and efficient? So thinking about what is the right data that we're collecting instead of, and what serves the purpose for the board and their monitoring, but also what serves the purpose for our leaders in our system to make headway in the way that they really want to in their schools.
So I think where that leaves us is we did some, we left the previous meetings and we did some work, and we have found more information that we think would fit in 3 and 5. But so what do we do for 4? And so Nova and I would like to just throw out a proposal for you to discuss as a board, and then you can let us know where you're thinking and if you want us to go back and do some more work. So our proposal would be this. Andrews, can you go to the document in tonight's agenda in this topic that's called draft? Perfect. So here's our proposal. We would leave these questions, which come from our educational effectiveness survey. We would leave them in play. We have coming out of theme 1, we have the critical and analytical thinking. We have theme 2, creative and cross-discipline thinking. We have questions that we think map well to the global citizenship part. But we also know that we're not doing the EES every year, or at least at this point, we're going to skip this year for now. So in 2000, going back several years, we began a graduate survey that we were using with a company that we had commissioned to help us with that. We found that the survey was yielding very little information for us. And so what I would like to propose instead is that instead of using that graduate survey, there's one that Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, UIPUI, had developed, and it ties a little bit into Fundamental 3, but I think it has some excellent points for Fundamental 4 as well. And it's called the Civic Minded Graduate Scale. And so in tonight's board packet is the example of the scale and some of the questions. But I think as we've listened to some of the board conversations that you had, you've discussed things of, really getting at, if we're talking about, a fundamental like Fundamental 4, and we're thinking about those, do we have students who are thinking critically? Are they addressing global concerns? We're wondering if this might be a good place to go back and each year survey our seniors using this instrument and being able to then track it over time to see, are we really graduating a civically minded group of students who have those knowledge, skills, and dispositions of analytical and critical thinking such that they can go out and address global concerns. That's also, of course, tied into our vision and mission around students creating their future and a lot of intentionality there. So in addition to the EES, a second part of our proposal would be to use the CMG scale with our seniors each year. If we left the monitoring of this in May, or if we pushed it always in June, we'd be able to have actual data right from the students because we would be conducting the survey and not dependent upon another organization. The other proposal we'd like to make is if we look at some of our courses and we take a look at things that we're offering students, perhaps on a rotating basis over 3 years, we could take a look at demographic data, we can take a look at participation data, we can take a look at what's happening in the courses, but we identified several courses that we felt really mapped to Fundamental 4. And so a potential recommendation for the board is to think about monitoring these courses instead of doing them all at once and just looking at total number of participation or of enrollment, really looking at what's happening in those courses and what impact is happening. If we did it on a 3-year basis, we feel like we could probably provide a little bit more detail that would better measure Fundamental 4. So in summary, the recommendation we're bringing is stay with some of the indicators from the EES, add a grad survey, and then add on a rotating basis. And we can add and subtract courses as we see them, but some of the classes that we think really fit nicely under Fundamental 4. So with that, let me turn it over to you to have a conversation. Nova and I are here to answer any questions.
So the things that I think that's a great suggestion. But the things, I think there's more that we can do. The things that I'm kind of picking up on is, I know that it's not offered every year, but the business law class at the high school, I think fits in this perfectly with the analytical thinking. That's really, for me personally, that's when I took my business. I didn't take it till college. It wasn't offered in high school, but but that's really where my brain started to click and just the way my brain worked. And I think also along those same lines are the social justice, whether it's either classes or the clubs that are happening. That's where it's, you know, I'm looking at, sorry, I'm looking at both my monitors. It's where I'm looking to see like what fits into 3 and what fits into 4. And I still don't love citizenship in 3. To me, citizenship is just much more of a local, you know, local concern, and as well as, you know, and then 4 is global concern. And I think they kind of belong together because, as I think it just stated, like we don't, you know, you can't live in a local world without considering global concerns. So I think those topics and clubs and courses fit in really nicely with this too. But I like the idea of where you guys are taking it. Others? David?
I'll just add, I echo some of your thoughts too, Deborah, but my only new addition would be I really did appreciate the CMG scale. I like the idea of that, of the questions that are naturally it has to change from college experience to high school experience, but that scale around global thought and a global perspective and thinking broader worked very well, and it really reflected upon how education I've gotten allows me to do this. So that was a very compelling survey, actually, for me.
I agree with David. I really like that survey as well. It talks more about, you know, the more that you know, the more you owe, the responsibility that you have to give back to your community and being able to apply the skills that we provide the students. So I'm okay. I like the plan that you have with the surveys, and but can I make a push for Fundamental 5? Some of the questions here are more about more negatives kind of, but then when we're talking about fostering and embracing, can we also look for questions that talk about, you know, is my identity and culture, is it appreciated, is it celebrated? Right, that speaks to, so it's not just punitive, right? But then the fact that we don't celebrate or recognize it is a problem in itself, right? And so do I see reflection of myself in my curriculum, in my, you know, in my teachers? I would like those kind of questions in Fundamental 5.
And if we went in the direction of using the HOS, then that could definitely be the conversation next year when we go through that. When we go through the monitoring phase on that, Director Din, then that we could absolutely take a look at that. So I think what Nova, correct me if I'm wrong, Nova, what you wanted to just illustrate is that we thought the HOS survey would be a nice solution for Fundamental 4, and we realized that that Fundamental 3 and 5 would be better. With that being said, these are only a couple of the sample questions out of the HOS survey. There are many others, and so your point is well taken, and we can certainly bring that up when we get to Fundamental 5.
I think this is a really solid plan, but I'd also like to see if it's possible to have like a place where people can write in their own response, like just a response to even the questions being asked, or like, do they give them an opportunity to suggest questions for future surveys, like, so that there's a little bit of that like qualitative opportunity to respond as well. But otherwise, sounds good.
Yeah. On the HOS, there is an open comment area in that survey. So that's, yeah.
I'm sure you get tons of comments from high school students, right? Sorry. Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I'm staying really focused on Fundamental 4 here. I know that later in our agenda, Fundamental 5 comes up for language review, so that's great to have these slides for that. But yeah, I'm still struggling to figure how the addressing global concerns falls into this. But I think as far as looking at analytical and critical thinking. This is good. I'm missing a little of that flavor of creative thinking, which I think is really important. But no, I see where you're going here. I don't disagree.
So are we ready to take action on this? And keeping in mind that, you know, this is an ongoing process and it's not going to be perfect first year and we'll be able to add things and all that. But are we comfortable with taking action, or do we need to bring it back again for a third reading?
I'm comfortable taking action on it.
Okay, I'm not seeing any shaking. So looking for a motion. Anyone?
I move that we approve the draft Fundamental 4 indicators as presented.
Seconded.
Any further discussion? All in favor of approving the Fundamental 4 draft indicators, please indicate by saying aye or yay in some way. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The indicators are approved for Fundamental 4 by a vote of 5-0. Thank you guys for all of that hard work, and I look forward to seeing where this takes us. Next up is Board Policy 1800 OE7 Financial Administration. This is a level 1 monitoring report. My proposal is that we start off with a motion and then we can discuss any concerns.
I'll start out with the motion, if it's all right, and I think it'll lead to a discussion. So if it doesn't turn out the way I move, I'm totally fine with that. But I want to move to find the board or the superintendent in compliance with noted exceptions to, where is it here? BP 1800 OE7. Administrative, no, operational expectation. Where's the title of it? Financial administration. There we go.
Do you want to state the noted exception that you have in mind? And then we'll discuss it, but just state it for as part of the motion.
Do we need a second for that? Or the exception or the note I would like to have a conversation about is section 5, which refers to maintaining the 8 to 10%. Obviously, there's not compliance with that, but it was under board direction, and I could get deeper into that. So I think.
Well, let's just leave
I'd like to have a discussion about.
Right. Yeah. So the motion is to approve OE7 financial administration. I'm sorry, to find the superintendent in compliance with noted exceptions, and that exception would be number 5 with the fund balance. So looking for a second on that.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion, Brian?
Yeah, it's a good thing. I gave a heads up through email to Dr. Rundle and President Lurie, just so there wouldn't be a surprise. And so I'm glad I did, because now I have it written out. I think it's appropriate for the board to discuss and potentially provide comments for section 5. While the fund balance may have dropped below the technical standard in section 5 of an 8% minimum fund balance, I believe that the budgetary actions taken during the period of this monitoring were necessary to mitigate the impacts and anticipate stabilization for student needs during the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, allowing the fund balance to drop below the 8% threshold was consistent with actions taken by similar districts and with full consultation and support of the MISD Board of Directors. So this is not intended to be a ding on the superintendent's record, but rather to provide a record as to why it dropped below that threshold, and that it was with the direction and the support of the board.
So I know I've had time to think about this because Brian gave us, gave Dr. Rundle and I a heads up, which is very appreciated, because it helps with the discussion to be able to have it in your head. I kind of go back and forth. I don't think it's appropriate to say noted exception to compliance because of the way that it was handled. I agree that the board, frankly, is not in compliance with with number 5, but it was based on board that, but it was brought to the board by the superintendent, and with this is going to be a concern, and if you want me to stay within this, there's going to be substantial cuts that need to be made now. The board as a whole determined that it would be more appropriate to go below the fund balance rather than any other drastic decision. So because of the way that it was handled, I think, and I know what you're saying, Brian, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't think it's appropriate. I wouldn't be opposed to putting a note in this. We can put it in maybe board comment under number 5. But I believe the superintendent was in compliance because it was brought to us and her actions were based on board direction. So that's where I was kind of falling. How do others think?
I totally understand that point of view, but at the same time, if you just go by like the letter of what's in here of what we're voting on, it says maintain average annual budget reserves of at least 8%. Like I lean more towards putting like an NA instead of like an X in that column, because it's sort of like, but we're in a pandemic, like we're under some very, very unusual circumstances here. And like, it wasn't originally written like maintain average annual budget reserves of blah, unless you're in a pandemic, So like, I would just say like not applicable to that category and then put in the comment to explain. I don't know if that's possible.
I think it's math. So for me, it's not in compliance pretty clearly. And I don't think that's a ding in any fashion. I mean, it was, the constraints in this world are such that this just absolutely could not be in compliance. And we did as a board vote on this. And I think at the time we made the vote, I had explicitly called out that this should be marked as not in compliance when this comes up for review. So, and I think that's been said multiple times, as Ty has given us financial updates. So I'm actually not against, in fact, I'm positive for putting this as not in compliance with a note as Brian has stated. And I think that's just math. And if we want to change the wording of this on the review, that's fine. But I don't see a lot of value in that. I think we have to get back to 8 to 10% fund balance anyway. And that's important to recognize that we are not in compliance as we make changes to bring us back to 8 to 10% as we get out of this pandemic.
Cam?
No, I was going to say, I concur with Maggie Ty. This is, when we do this, it was under certain circumstances. So I either go with NA or put that we are non-compliant. To either, we either stick with what we write or we say that it's not as relevant during this time. But to say that is in compliant and put a note, then we can use that rationale to for everything, right? Oh, because she asked us and we approved and it's okay. So yeah, for me, it's either NA or non-compliant.
One question I had when we were talking about this is, are we making a decision based on today, or are we making a decision based on the average of the past year? And if it was an average of the past year, what's our percentage? Which I think it's more of an average of the past year. And then the question is, are we not in, or is the superintendent not in compliance?
What was the motivation for the superintendent marking it as in compliance?
It's probably a form, would be my guess.
Yeah, I think it's just a couple of things on that. One is, I'm I don't know, I mean, it's your operational expectation. So, you know, you as a board can make changes. I'm not sure that the NA can happen. Well, the NA might not be your best route right now because it's not contemplated as a choice to begin with. And so none of them are, you haven't approved the superintendent to be NA or have that ability to begin with. That might have been what I chose before that. It's interesting today, Ty and I were in a conversation with some other school leaders from around the region in our alliance, and one of the other superintendents who's also in a district where they use board policy governance, he was reflecting on this exact indicator, and he's not sure what his board is going to do when they get to this, because he too is in a district where they're going to be below. So I think the motivator in full transparency of why it's in full compliance is there isn't an NA. It was fully transparent that the superintendent was bringing it forward. I can't speak for my colleague, Superintendent Koloski, but I think both of us would probably say that whether or not it's in compliance or not in compliance, I think it's the narrative that's probably most important that tells that story. I think our superintendent has done an incredible job in all of these other areas. I don't think it's going to come up negative in her review as we look at Ty and mine and Aaron's roles. Our goal is to get back to where it is. So I'm not sure that we're as concerned either about where you mark it. I do think that the story and the narrative, that qualitative information is probably most important to us.
Yeah, I didn't really mean that we should mark it NA. I just meant that's kind of how it feels like that's what we mean. Like if we mark it as non-compliant and put that note in, which I thought was very well worded, like I hope it's interpreted by the community as like NA really. I'm fine with marking it actually as non-compliant because it is, as David points out, math. So that is an accurate choice as long as we include that comment. I'm fine with that.
I'm not gonna, I'm not thrilled with our choices here. It's funny the way that we all look at the world in a different way, right? David, the numbers guy, and me, the defense attorney, right? And so I am not a fan of, you know, the explanation is important, is extraordinarily important. That's what matters to me. It's not a hill I'm going to die on. But to say, I don't know, I'm comfortable with in compliance with noted exceptions like what Brian proposed in this motion. So yeah, I was just chuckling at that view of the world. That's all. Brian, do you want to restate what you came up with?
I can. I don't know if you have the email language, Dr. Rundle, or
did you email a specific language? I'm sorry.
I did. It's that.
I read it.
That long run-on second paragraph. If you're able to find, I might be able to find it here as well. Might be easier for me.
I have it right here if you want me to.
Oh, you do?
Were we below?
I can read it.
Well, but let me ask, Ty, can you answer that question if our fund balance was below 8% on average for the year?
So I find the monitoring report because it specifies a specific date, but it doesn't specify a specific time period. So if we're looking from the period of April to April, I believe we would be in compliance. But if we're looking at the 20-21 fiscal year, we will not be in compliance. So it's a very interesting and I think important question. if we're looking at it from April 20 to April 21, we most likely would be in compliance.
If we go back to that graph in the section that Ty presented tonight, which is partial governance B, and we go back into the slides and we go to slide 8, I think that kind of captures what you're talking about, Ty, where if we just look at our fiscal year, which is September 1st to August 31st, so we can take a look at, you know, we were right around that 6 million and then up to 8.8 when we had the levy collection and down. But if you were to go back to August, September, October, or excuse me, April, May, June, July, August of last year, there's a different story is kind of what you're saying. Okay.
Does that change anyone's opinion? I mean, you know, we've never really spelled it out that specifically. So just throwing that out there. But Brian, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Do you want to give us your language again?
Yeah, I just, for the note would be, while the fund balance may have dropped below the technical standard of Section 5, an 8% minimum fund balance, I believe the budgetary actions taken during this period, or the period of this monitoring, were necessary to mitigate impacts and anticipate stabilization for students' needs during the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, allowing the fund balance to drop below the 8% threshold was consistent with actions taken by similar districts and with full consultation and support of the MISD Board of Directors.
Shouldn't it say we believe, not I believe?
Yes.
Anyone have any comments on that language?
I think the language is great. I think it expresses well the situation, the direness of the situation we're in. I will also echo our language is pretty clear that it's average annual budget, and typically in finance, annual budgets have well-defined start and end points. They're, you know, either you're on fiscal year, calendar year, or something like that. You don't pick arbitrary start and end points. So that's why I think it would be August to August or a school year, you know, typical. I also think it's important that this is not a technical, it's not a technical data point. It is a well-considered, well thought out best practice for school districts to have this fund balance. It's not arbitrary. And it strengthens us by having strong criteria which would we violate this policy, as opposed to being able to do it, you know, with any excuse. So by saying we're not in compliance is a powerful thing. It is difficult to say that. It should be difficult to say that. And it shouldn't happen very often. I mean, the pandemic is a once in 100-year thing. Hopefully that's the way this happens.
Any other questions or comments? The motion is to find the superintendent in compliance with noted exceptions with the language in, I assume it would go in the board comment under number 5. That does everyone, excuse me, have access to Brian's notes in the chat? The board comment would state, while the fund balance may have dropped below the technical standard of Section 5, 8% minimum fund balance, we believe that budgetary actions taken during the period, or we could say the board believes that budgetary actions taken during the period of this monitoring were necessary to mitigate impacts and anticipate stabilization for student needs during the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, allowing the fund balance to drop below the 8% threshold was consistent with actions taken by similar districts and with full consultation and support of the MISD Board of Directors. It's the motion before the board. All in favor?
Deborah?
Oh,
Can I
sorry. What?
So, because I thought we were talking about that we're going to find it non-compliant, and if one out of the what, 6 or 7 is non-compliant, then is that what, 1 out of 9 is non-compliant? Does this mean that is compliant with noted or not in compliance? How many do you need?
The motion was for in compliance with noted exceptions. So motion, if you want to make an amended motion, you may do so, or we'll proceed to vote on the motion that's before us.
I would like to make a motion that we find the superintendent not in compliance with number 5.
So, okay, so you want the X changed on number 5 with the noted exception. I'm sorry, with the board comment.
Right.
And then I still think the determination would be in compliance with noted exceptions.
I would agree with that, but
okay. But you
yes.
You want the X, okay. So the motion, I don't think that needs an amendment because it's.
I think you probably want to vote on that motion and then go back and vote on the other motion, because you kind of have a sub motion. So you'll need a second on Director D'Souza. And then have discussion on that and then vote on that one and then go back to your original motion.
Okay. Brian?
If I may. So when we look at the document itself, there's the superintendent's determination and then there's the board's determination. So we don't want to move the superintendent's X, that is at the superintendent's discretion. We would be simply placing an X in not in compliance on 5. That second set is really our area. And then, yes, my recommendation is in compliance with noted exceptions. In our discussion, we should also take a moment to ensure that we're in agreement that the superintendent is in compliance in all the other rows.
Does anyone?
Which I believe the superintendent is.
Okay, so, well, we need a second to add the non-compliance mark to number 5.
I second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor of that part indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? That is approved. Marking the superintendent not in compliance with number 5 is approved by a vote of 5-0. Is there any further discussion on any of the other subsections of this? Hearing none, we will now address the motion before the board, which is to find the superintendent in compliance with noted exceptions of OE7 financial administration. The noted exception is non-compliance of number 5 with the board comment that's been previously read. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes by a vote of 5-0. So the superintendent, the board finds the superintendent in compliance with noted exceptions specifically regarding number 5 with regards to OE7 financial administration. Thank you. And thank you very much, Brian, for bringing that, putting that thought in and bringing it to us already created. It's really helpful.
It's a super odd situation, right?
Totally.
And
totally.
When we look at the language review at our next regular meeting, when it comes up, maybe we can address some of those other hiccups that kind of came up with number 5.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you all. So next up, we have 4C, Board Policy 1009, Board Members Code of Conduct. This is a level 1 review, monitoring.
I move we find the board in compliance with Board Policy 1009, Board Members Code of Conduct.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? The motion is to find the board in compliance with Board Policy 1009, Board Members Code of Conduct. Please indicate agreement by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? The board finds itself in compliance of Board Policy 1009, Board Members Code of Conduct. Board Policy number 4D, Board Policy 1010, Board Member Conflict of Interest. This is a level 1 monitoring. Is there a motion?
I move we find the board in compliance with Board Policy 1010, Board Member Conflict of Interest.
Second.
Is there any discussion? The motion is to find the board in compliance of Board Policy 1010, Board Member Conflict of Interest. Please indicate agreement by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? The board finds itself in compliance of Policy 1010, Board Member Conflict of Interest. Moving on to post-monitoring language review. Board Policy 1800 OE1 Fundamental 5, Equity and Inclusion. This is a language review. Are there any motions? Seeing none, moving on to 5B, Board, oh, Maggie Tan.
Sorry. I hate to be this nitpicky, but shouldn't there be a comma after equity? Because if you don't have a comma after equity, it implies that it's only equity that has a focus on respect and acceptance of every student. Does that make sense? We're saying we embrace diversity, we embrace inclusiveness, and we embrace this other thing, equity with a focus on respect and acceptance of every student, whereas really I think that's meant to apply to all of it. So I would suggest that we add a comma after equity.
I would propose that that's a Scrivener's error because I think that was the intention of the board in creating the fundamental. So I don't know that we need to do a motion on that and just agree with a thumbs up that we add the comma as it seems proper English.
Thank you.
Everyone agree? Okay. Any, oh, Brian?
So I don't have any language changes in the fundamental itself. But we did have a brief discussion earlier about changes in the monitoring. And so we've got those pieces that were kind of suggested here. Director Din, you had some comments on this as well. So it's always hard on these with the language review because the monitoring report doesn't come up to review as well. So if we don't know to take action on that or make suggestions, it often skips us by.
I would propose that if there are individuals that would like us to take a look at the monitoring report for Fundamental 5, that we add it to an later agenda so that we have the chance to review it. Okay, so I will make a note of that to add to a later agenda. I can't promise you it's going to be the next one. I think our learning services team is taxed. But I will make a note that we will address it. Is that agreeable? Okay. Okay, because I think we just monitor. Yeah, we did just monitor it. So we have a whole year. We'll do it before then, but okay. Anything else for 1800 OE1, Fundamental 5? All right, moving on to post-monitoring language review for Board Policy 1800 OE11, Facilities and Capital Assets language review. Are there any motions? Hearing none. Moving on to the consent agenda. Looking for a motion.
I move we approve the consent agenda as published.
Seconded.
Second.
Any discussion? The motion is to approve the consent agenda as published. Please indicate approval by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0. 7A, Superintendent's Report.
All right, very quickly, just a couple of things. One is just to start thinking about the June study session. I think we're kind of starting to look at probably zeroing in on two main topics. One would be the levies, capital tech, enrichment, and transportation. And the other would be continued conversation and some board learning, and we can put together some professional learning for you around inclusive and equitable services. So that would be just something to start thinking about for our June study session. Just released this week was the OSPI Academic and Student Wellbeing Recovery Plan. So that is the plan that we will submit by June 1st in order to demonstrate to OSPI and the state what we plan to do as part of the recovery process. It will require a board resolution that will bring before you, so you'll have a chance to see the plan and adopt and approve the plan as well. So we've started working on it already, and whether or not it will be ready by May 13th or your May 27th meeting is yet to be determined, but those will be forthcoming. Craig has been attending tonight. Instead of being here the whole time, he's actually been on a PTA, a Washington State PTA webinar with Superintendent Reichdahl. A couple of updates coming across from him tonight towards that I think are worthy of note. One is it looks like the Department of Health's fall guidance is going to be delayed. We'll not see it for another 2 to 3 weeks. And the other item of note, which really plays into our fall planning, is Superintendent Reichdahl was making it clear tonight with the Washington State PTA that his plan is very similar to ours, and that he expects 5 full days a week for schools to be opening this fall. So just a couple of announcements there. The other quick things just to note as we're looking forward, if tonight's, we're running late, so if tonight's not the right time, any feedback that you want to provide us. I want to thank Andrews. He's been here the whole time running the soundboard, helping us keep on track. Where you see Aaron and Ty and myself is where you'll be sitting. We have kind of a dedicated spot. We have a podium that will have a camera on. If we do have members of the public here, we'll have a spot for staff to be sitting for the future, but this will be where you're going to be sitting. So we can look at different camera angles. If you felt that during the meeting, certain microphones or some of us weren't coming in as clearly as others, really appreciate your flexibility tonight to let us try to get this working and fine-tuned so that when you're here, hopefully on May 13th, that the meeting can go off without any hitches. So we know we ran into some battery problems and things, so we learned a lot already. We've been taking notes, but Andrews, thank you so much. You've been here at Northwood with Tony and the custodian crew here. They've done a great job. It was awesome to be able to watch part of the lacrosse practice during this meeting that was going on. And so you'll have an opportunity here to kind of see some students in and around, but any feedback would be appreciated, whether or not that's through email or follow-up. We would appreciate that so that we can get this right for the next meeting. And with that, that concludes the superintendent's update report.
Thank you. Definitely have some comments about that, but I think for the sake of all of our mental health, we'll all provide them at a later date. I just wanted to thank Dr. Rundle for stepping in as acting superintendent. I have to say, it has been flawless during this crazy, crazy time, and know that you were putting in many, many, many hours doing your job as well as your acting job. So thank you for keeping us going with your hard work and dedication to our district. It is very appreciated and very noticeable.
Thanks for the belief in me, and thanks to this great team and all of your feedback. So it's been my pleasure to do so. Superintendent Kowalski is healing by the day, and she will be back. And we look forward to that, but I'll continue putting forth my very best effort to keep us moving forward.
Thank you, and thanks for the update. Next, we have board announcements, inquiries, and reports. Legislative representative report.
Thank you. So since the last time we were together, the East Side Work Group has met 4 different times. Morgan, I'm glad that you stayed with us. Thank you, because something important is coming up. Since then, we've met with Superintendent Reichdahl. We've also met with Seattle King County Public Health. Our meeting with Superintendent Reichdahl was back on the 26th of March, so much has changed, but he is obviously very aware of the situation we're facing with ESSER funds and a lack of that foundational funding to mitigate impacts. And he understands and is advocating for us and districts like ours. A big thing that came out of our meeting with Public Health in Seattle and King County, one was that Sarah was very specific that the definitions for close contact have not and will not change. That was addressed earlier in the meeting. So the fact that students are moving to that 3-foot model, close contact definition is still within that 6 feet. So we'll have to, those tracings will have to happen differently if somebody contracts it. It's a different scenario now that we've dropped under that 6-foot thing. That's important for folks to know. Something else that came up, which was unexpected, and I think this came out of our partners in Bellevue, but the Department of Health has strong guidance discouraging youth handling or breathing in harsh chemicals. And so when it comes to wiping down desks and surfaces, they are specifically advising people not to use Clorox wipes or Lysol or anything like that. They said that soap and water is perfectly good in helping to mitigate the virus, and that we're discouraged from using harsh chemicals in our classrooms. And that's pretty standard over the years and has been a standard PTA advocacy position for a number of years as well, I know. So that's that group. We meet again tomorrow. And at this point, the work group is kind of retooling how we're going to move forward in the next phase, now that we're at the end of the legislative session. We have met for the first time with the Federal Relations Network. If you are interested in meeting with our federal representatives during the Advocacy Institute on June 8th to the 10th, you can let me know or let Logan know. It's only 2 of us really from a board would attend simultaneously. If there's more than 2 of us, OPMA does apply to those meetings. They will be virtual. So if you would like to be a part of that meeting as they come together, let me know. Again, those dates are June 8th to the 10th. Strategic advocacy, we did a lunch learn there. Legislative committee, got some dates coming up with that. We have, as a part of our process, as you know, the legislative and permanent position window is open for people to submit positions. And included in the agenda tonight is a position that's coming out of our friends in Riverview School District. They are the ones that we learned from when developing student representatives on our board and helped to guide us through that process. And this would be a permanent position titled Student Voice. And it is a belief statement that would basically, that WASDA would believe that student voice is imperative and would strongly encourage that all districts work to having student representatives on their board. So I can give you a minute to look through that if you'd like. Riverview needs to know if we'd like to be signatories on this by May 6th, so there won't be time for a second reading, and those have to be submitted on the 14th. So this is our option tonight. Basically, I'm asking for the board's approval to sign on with Riverview in submitting this as a permanent position proposal for General Assembly. And if there's any, and an opportunity for me to work with Lori Oviatt from the Riverview board, who's the one who kind of created this. And so I can take feedback and work with her as well on this, if the board would like to support it. And Morgan, I especially would like to know your thoughts on it.
I mean, on what aspects, I guess, too.
Do you think there's anything missing there? Do you think it would be a strong statement? So in WASA, the permanent positions are the overarching belief statements that are enduring. So these are not actionable statements, but these are for time now and for forevermore. WASA will believe that this is essential to our work.
I mean, I guess I agree with that. I don't know. But,
I'm in favor of it. I think student voice is very important. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I think student voice is very important. I would love to see that become part of the permanent position.
I agree. I like it. It's a little wishy-washy, but I think that that's important actually because of the different sizes of districts throughout the state. When we were talking about it in the Eastside Board Directors group last week, you know, it's very different for Bellevue or Lake Washington that has multiple high schools. You know, if they just pick 2 students, then, you know, where do they come from, right? And I think Riverview only has 1 high school as well. So I think the wishy-washy is important, and I think that it reflects our values well. So I'm in support of it as well.
Definitely. I think we should always have more students' voices. But as this is happening, I hope that their voice really have impact, and that it's not just performative and put them on the board. It's a waste of their time. You know, I mean, they have precious time. So I think that we're going to do this as a whole, make sure that we are held accountable to their voices as well.
Ditto. Nothing else to add.
So is the board interested in being signatories on this and moving it forward? I'm seeing nods. Yes. Okay. And is it all right that I work with Lori and Riverview and other co-signers to continue to develop? All right. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. So then the last thing I have for legislative report is our DA2 spring regional meeting is coming up on April 29th, and you can register through WASDA. Again, that's something if more than 2 of us are at the regional meeting, we do need to provide an OPMA notice to our constituents. And then they would be able to register to watch the event. So you can contact me or Kendall or register through WASDA. I guess maybe I'm definitely going, maybe all right, so 2 of us are definitely going. Are there more than 2 of us that would like to attend or plan to attend? David, do you know now? No. Maggie Ty?
I am not sure.
Okay. How about this? If President Lurie and I definitely plan to attend, if you or any of you decide that you would also like to attend, will you please let Superintendent Rundle know so that we can properly notice that?
Yes.
Awesome. We just discussed the amending and proposing positions. Let's see, now this is the WASDA AWSP Equity Conference is coming up on May 18th to the 19th. I'm going to be attending that. It's always a fantastic event. And you can reach out to Kendall via Superintendent Rundle if you would like to register for that and join that event. And those, it's always good to register that way. We know how many are planned to go. And I mentioned the Advocacy Institute for the National School Boards Association, June 8th through the 10th. You can register for that in NSBA, and they just opened up registration for the NSBA Equity Online Symposium for the summer, which will be July 13th through the 14th, and that will be virtual as well. And I think that covers everything for the legislative report. It's just a bunch of nail biting at this point to see what pans out over the next 72 hours. So let's hope that there's some stabilization budgets in there.
Yes, thank you. And finally, superintendent, I'm sorry, board reports. Anyone have anything?
I don't have anything, but I do have a question about next meeting, like May 13th meeting. I thought we were going to talk about whether we were going to do it face-to-face, or did we decide?
I think we had, well, I think it was after today. So does there want to be, how do people feel about it?
Well, so personally, I'm going to a graduation that will probably have 200 people at my university. So then usually when I go to a big event, I don't go anywhere, right, for like a couple of days. So just FYI, I will be at a university graduation with a lot of folks. So on the 13th, at least, I'm not going to plan to be at, in person. I don't think that's wise. But even though I appreciate the setup, I would tell you that I don't love it. But I mean, you guys are all great over there, but I have a hard time hearing. It kind of goes in and out. And I just don't feel as connected with the folks in the camp, so I feel like it's either we're all there or not there. But this kind of thing is a little bit of a disconnect for me. And so now I see how the viewers, right, when they see us, whether if we're all on site, and now the viewers are just seeing us like that, I feel like it's very disconnecting for them as well, versus when they have access to us in the Zoom format. But that's just me. I just feel more connection when we're all like this versus seeing Fred and other folks over there.
So how about this? Because that's actually the one thing that that I didn't love too, is I feel very like I know that we heard from our leadership team tonight, but don't really feel like we're together because we can't really see. In fact, we can't see your faces at all, even with a mask on. So why don't we have another test scenario for the next meeting and try some different things, and everyone make your comments to either Dr. Rundle or myself or Maggie Tai, and we can discuss them. Because I would propose, just as an example, that we all have our laptops in front of us so that our cameras are picking us up individuals so that we can see people's faces, and maybe that will help with the sound, but maybe that's not possible because of the interference. I don't know.
You can't have two sources of sound coming in, but you could have the camera on and your personal camera would be muted,
Right.
your personal laptop would be muted, and then
Okay.
you would just be getting the sound from the recording.
So I think, so Tam, thanks for letting us know in terms of your conflict, and that's good. And I think it will benefit us to have another test meeting. So provide your feedback to whomever you wish soon, early next week, and then we can figure out the best way to move forward. Does that sound good? Okay. All right, board reports. Tam, you didn't have anything else? Okay. Maggie Tai? No.
Nope.
David? No. Brian?
Well, I'm sorry. So the Superintendent Equity Advisory Council met. We had a great update from Bella Hartman, who told us about the work happening with the Holocaust Education Committee at the high school. It's fabulous work that they're doing. Let's see, there was a discussion, there's been some community pushback on our anti-racism work and the equity work that's happening in the district. And so there was kind of a deeper discussion of how we can respond to that in a way that continues to call people in instead of calling them out. It's about creating inclusive communities where people have the opportunity to ask questions and take risks and learn and grow together. So I think there's definitely opportunity for us to learn publicly together as we continue to grow our interpersonal lexicon when it comes to equity, diversity, inclusion, cultural competency, and justice. And just know that there's a lot of discussions happening out there, but I hope folks that are willing to listen and grow and learn for our students, because it's all about our students, right? And making sure that they're safe and healthy environments for each and every student. So I met with the Northwood PAC committee. That was yesterday? No, that was this morning. There was a lot of discussion around the model moving forward, how we'll continue to reopen through the end of this school year, and a lot of questions about what next year will look like as we come into the fall. A lot of discussion around the evolution of the service models. And there were questions that really centered a lot into communication. So very much what we were hearing from the beginning of this meeting as these models change, and just folks wanting to know how they can help with communication and answer questions and have dialogue about the changes. Overall, everyone seemed excited about the changes, but just noting that there's a lot of concern and questions in the community. Then on the 13th, I met with the Island Park PAC, and very same conversations there. A lot of excitement around the inclusionary practices and the work the district's happening. Of course, there's some nerves and some questions, and the request is more communication. But again, very much on the positive. And then I think that's it for me. Thank you.
I don't have anything either. So I thank you, everyone. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? Other than the closed caption said motion torture when I said looking for a motion to adjourn. I thought that was appropriate. All in favor of adjourning, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. We are adjourned 10:17 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for this marathon of a meeting. I think it was really productive, and thank you, leadership team, for all of your hard work in the last couple of weeks, especially. Night, everyone.